Not funny.
Don't ask me to move because I'm not moving very far at this seat.
Yeah, we have one over here.
We're going to clean this up in a minute.
Okay, we're gonna start, and then I need to run through the rest of
Clean up
this.
the wires.
Are you good? Okay, it is June 3rd, and I will call the North Kingstown School Committee business meeting to order. The first item on the agenda is to recess into executive session pursuant to RIGL 42464 for discussion of any discussion of job performance, character, or physical or mental health of a person or persons, provided that such person or persons affected shall have been notified in advance in writing and advised that they may require the discussion to be held in open meeting pursuant to RIGL 42465A1, administrator contract renewal, acting superintendent, sessions pertaining to potential litigation / legal advice and collective bargaining pursuant to RIGL 42465A2, NK-ESP negotiation, NK-VCA negotiation, Jamestown / NK tuition contract, review of potential legal action by the district concerning vendor submission for RIDE Stage 2. Can I get a motion to go into executive?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
We're going to stay in here if you all don't mind just stepping out. Thank you. we will reconvene into open session, and the first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Aaron Earl.
Here.
Robert King.
Here.
Jennifer Lima. Here. Megan Riley.
Here.
Terry Kennedy.
Here.
Joshua Furtado. Joshua Bush.
Okay, thank you. And the calendar, please.
Regular business meeting June 17th, 7 p.m. Central Admin Conference Room. Building Advisory Committee June 4th, 4:30 Central Admin Conference Room. Policy Advisory Committee June 9th, 4:30 Central Admin Conference Room. Health and Wellness Advisory Committee June 11th, 4:30 Central Admin Conference Room.
Thank you. Okay, and I will turn it over to Dr. Duva for our presentations and reflections.
Okay, we have a few presentations tonight, but I would like to move forward the presentation that we have tonight from members of our high school and our student body. They are here because we'd like to recognize the RISE and SAIL programs and our peer education program for the work that they are doing for our community. I'm very proud to have them all here tonight and recognize them for the inclusive work that you are doing and going out and promoting inclusion of our students across our schools. And they have taken some time to provide some education to our younger students, the high school students going down to the elementary levels at our schools, as well as in Jamestown and the middle schools. And they've also have been working on a project with their teachers and put together a video called Busting Our Myths, and they worked with an outside agency. I'm not going to say more because I know there's a presentation, and I'm sure that our teachers that are here tonight, Mrs. LaBelle, Mrs. Sweeney, and Mrs. Mercerlian, are going to just share that with everyone. So, thank you. I'll turn it over.
Thank you so much for having us. We are honored to be here and share the work that we have done this year. Before you are students from our RISE and SAIL programs, as long as our peer partners. Students in the RISE program are in grades 9 through 12, and our SAIL program is our transition academy. And our peer partners are choosing to take these courses as electives. Some of them are going to be future educators. Others are just wonderful students who just want to be a part of making North Kingstown High School and our community a better place. So some of the things that we've done this year, we host what's called the Skipper Cafe, and that is where we bake homemade cookies, which we have a pretty good reputation around for.
Did you bring some?
Next time.
Yeah.
And so we are visible to the school community out during advisory. When we're doing that, we have students are always very kind, very patient, and it's a great opportunity for us to learn some business skills and some life skills there. Like you mentioned, we have had our second annual Unified Spirit Week this year at the high school to promote inclusion and belonging and ultimately kindness in our school. And we hosted an in-school unified basketball game. We participated in the Unified Champions Plunge, Polar Plunge, where many of the students here came and ran into the ocean at Scarborough Beach in the middle of March. Thankfully, we had a pretty mild day, but that was a great experience. We had some theme days. We had a presentation given by our partners and our students called Understanding All Abilities, where we promoted inclusion and shared a little bit about disabilities, both visible and invisible disabilities, because we feel that often those with invisible disabilities can be overlooked in our communities, and we really wanted to promote that. And also this year, we took our presentations on the road, like you said, to elementary schools and middle schools, and we presented to North Kingstown and Jamestown schools about in NK or in Jamestown, we all belong, and really just talking about how you can be kind and caring to anyone no matter who they are. And that was great. And then our last project, we partnered with a company called Able Opportunities out of Seattle, Washington. And so 3 weeks of the month, they joined us virtually and did some lessons, and then they were able to join us once a month in person. And we learned some iPad skills and talking about ableism and spreading the word on ableism. And each student created a short video, like a PR clip video, about a myth about a personal myth about themselves and disabilities and what they do to break that myth. And we shared that with, with our families in May, and we were able to share it with our school community during advisory on Monday. And the reception really has been overwhelming. And that plans to be shared through BHCDH on a state level as well. So I'm really proud of all of the students who are here before you today for all of their accomplishments this year.
Thank you. Mrs. Smee, I just want to... recognize that Ms. Smee and Mr. DeLucia are also here,
yes,
who have helped along with the program as well. Sorry,
yes,
I didn't see both of you standing back there before. So, but thank you. And
yes,
thank you for your efforts, because it is really important work that you're doing and important work that our students are doing.
Thank you.
So I know you have a presentation. Today.
Yeah, we did share it. We can. Yeah, the slideshow covers most of what I said. There are a few pictures that we put together. So NK is unified is the message that we're always promoting. Here you can see some pictures of the Skipper Cafe in action. That's okay. You can see here a student making change for another, and then the line that we have. Students are always very patient, and our students do a really nice job of asking, what would you like, what can I get for you, making change, handing them, really working on social skills, customer service, business skills. These were just two of our flyers from our Unified Spirit Week. You can see we had theme days every day, and we made sure that these themes were something that everyone could participate in. So something that you could just pajamas or show the love. Everyone wore red or pink. We really wanted to make sure that it was available to everyone. And then on the left was just a flyer of the events that we held during that week. Here is a group picture of us at the Unified Plunge. That was post-plunge. Some pictures of our presentation to the student body at the high school. We held in-school volleyball and basketball games this year. We held a volleyball game in the fall and then a basketball game during our Unified Spirit Week. As you can see, the fans, the gym is packed. The environment is electric. If you have the opportunity next year to come to one of these in-school games, I highly recommend it. These are just some of our Unified Spirit days. You can see Dr. Duba got in on our board action there. We were featured on NBC 10 Sunrise Shout Out. At the end of our Unified Spirit Week, we put together a short video and they aired it on the news to kind of spread our word there as well. These are pictures of our district-wide We All Belong presentation. So you can see students giving the presentation. We were at Forest Park just last week, and this was at Sonia Lane, and students were able to come up and answer questions about themselves too and participate in the presentation. This was our Break the Myth film, the Busting Our Myth, so you can see that we had 16 students and peers participate in this. We even had a professional photographer come out to take nice formal photos of everyone. And then if you want to go to the next one, then we can come back to the video. Okay. And then this is just a picture of our entire Rise and Sail program on our Skipper Pride Day. So we did link the video, a shortened version of our Break the Myth, of just the myths. Though the bloopers are worth watching, if you get the opportunity to watch them. But yeah, we would love to show that if you don't mind. So enjoy.
Busting, proudly presented by North Kingstown High School Rise and Sail programs in partnership with Able Opportunities, Inc. Myths can hurt.
Now I'm a leader. Being included isn't important. I can do things on my own.
I'm not a competitive employee.
I need help everything I do.
I don't need to connect with others.
I can't complete tasks on my own.
I am not an athlete. I'm on a vision. I cannot toss things. People sometimes think I can do hard things, but lot of ways I can Give me passage. And I love so you I can do before I can because I can do hard things. I got this lost me.
Yes, Ellen.
I'm gonna take a second now.
Yep, this is perfect. Good job.
But then I can't.
People assume I can't walk on my own. I don't want to always be told to. I want to walk my own way. No, I can't. I just need a combination. That way I can make my own money.
It makes me sad when I'm not included. I've always loved basketball. I like to shoot, get the rebound, and dribble the ball. Some people assume I can't play basketball with the guys, but the truth is that I can be one of the guys. I just need to be asked and give a chance to play.
Hey James, wanna come play basketball with us?
Yeah.
Let's go play, man. Wanna play PvP?
Yes, I want routines.
Alright, let's play it.
Then I will make a shot and make new friends. I need to be included on and off the court. For me, this is more than a game.
Oh, it's okay, Claire. I'll call them and coordinate it by myself later.
No thanks, I can do it all myself.
Yeah, but you need help to do this, right?
No,
But I think you need help.
I don't think so. Sometimes in my life, people thought they couldn't do things independently. But the truth is, I can do things on my own. In order to break the myth that I need someone to help me do everything, I need the opportunity to do things by myself. I've learned how to make snacks, plan events, travel, and do activities like puzzles. At one point in my life, people thought that I couldn't do a 2,000-piece puzzle. But I sure can, I can do so many things. Because I'm Miss Independence Girl. This is me.
People think that I can't work in a competitive work environment, but the truth is, I'm a competitive employee and I can. In order to break this myth, I need people to give me a chance and listen to what I have to say. I can get ready for the day and start my shift by myself. I can also go up to my supervisor and ask questions if I need to. I can work a full shift by myself as well. I can unload packages by myself. I'm an employee and I want to work. And I also deserve a paycheck like everyone else.
I would recommend him if he decided to get another job to supplement his income. I would definitely, hopefully tell his future employer that he's definitely hireable.
People are nurses, I need help with everything I do. They often tell me multiple times when I already know. I just need extra time and patience to do it on my own. Independence is very important to me, more important than anything else. I want to show people that I know what I'm doing, and soon that I can do things by myself. I love doing art and math and filming. I love to be independent when I do these things. I just need the chance just like everyone else. No help and no problem.
I often get overlooked as a leader, but if I have a chance, I'll show everyone. I'm not afraid to present to large crowds or plan big events.
Miss Reed,
Yeah?
I'm an idea for a presentation.
Cool, I'd love to hear about it.
Or help others. Oh, yeah, I'm looking for room 203. Come on, I'll show you. I want to take initiative. Ready, Dr. Secretary?
I do. Can you please bring this down to Ms. Sweeney?
Yeah, please.
Thank you.
Welcome. I am a leader. Give me the mic. I got a voice.
I got a voice. Okay, let's go. Pick it up. We gotta get to class. What's taking you so long?
People sometimes think I can't not do things on my own, but the truth is I can do it all by myself.
Emmy, number 3 says, what month is Autism Awareness Month?
I can do this.
Oh, okay. All right, go ahead.
I just did. I can get up by myself. I can set up and play games by myself. I can get down with my friends by myself. I can get to class on my own, and I can do so much more. I can do this, and I do not want your help. If I need help with something, I will ask for it.
I am independent. Girl power.
I love spending time and connecting with my friends. It's one of my favorite parts of life. But I often don't get the chance to connect. Sometimes I can't get to places with my wheelchair. Sometimes people don't take the time to get to know me. And often people don't invite me outside of school. The best way for you to get to know me is to just talk to me as you would talk to anyone else. It makes me sad when people ignore me or talk over me. I can answer any of your questions, you just have to be patient. So invite me. Ask me questions. Get to know me, because I most likely want to get to know you. I need connection just like anyone and love it so much. Come get to know me, real ones only.
I'm big too, I'm not an athlete, but I am. I love to play basketball with others. To break the myth, I'm not an athlete. I need people to include me.
Hey, boy, not right?
No, man. No, not this time, man. We're just trying to play by ourselves real quick.
Okay.
I need people to accept me. I need people to play basketball with me. When I get this, I feel happy because I am an athlete.
We need help from everyone
to break these myths and level the playing field for all.
Break the myth on 3. 1, 2, 3, break the myth!
skills. Don't leave us for that profession. Great. Any questions from the committee?
That was incredible. We got to see it over the weekend too, and it was fabulous, amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. And I hope, Dr. Judy, that we can make that available on our website so that it can be shared far and wide. So thank you.
Okay, I have an important, not important question. What, maybe Emmy, you can help me, or someone, what is the best cookie that you sell?
Chocolate chip.
Chocolate chip? Okay. Good to know. Yeah, you agree back there, chocolate chip?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Awesome. Any other questions or comments from the committee? Oh. James. Hi, James.
Volleyball, basketball.
Definitely shows my video.
Yeah. I was just going to say, I'm pretty good at basketball, so maybe we can have a school committee basketball game in the fall. You're going to win?
That's an idea.
Guard me? Okay, let's go.
So will there be cookies?
We'll buy all the cookies.
Great. Okay, well, thank you so much. Thank you, teachers. Thank you, students that came. Great job on the video and all the amazing work you did this year. We're really proud of you.
Before our students leave, we just want to recognize you with a certificate for all the great work that you're doing and helping us promote inclusive education throughout our districts. That's a lot of powerful work that you're all doing working together, right? So, Emmy Charpentier. It's okay, we'll get a picture of everyone. Ben Gutierrez. Kaylin Duva. Bring it to you. Not seen Maddie. Alexia Boyd. James. You want to come on up here? Great job. Hannah. Right? Everywhere. Sierra. Ryan. Jordan. Tolly. Elizabeth. Great job. Gwen. Thank you. Lola. Lillian. Kyla. We're going to move some chairs.
Yep. Thank you. Thanks, Emmy. Okay. I like those shoes. Yeah.
Right up here. Oh, yeah. Back it up. Back it up. I'll tell you when. Yeah, a little bit. A little more. A little bit. Okay. Okay. You're coming. Okay. Yeah. Perfect.
Alright. Here we go. Perfect.
Okay.
Everybody ready?
Say inclusion.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Inclusion.
There you go. Perfect. Thanks, Emmy. Good job.
your presentation, you are welcome to leave, although you could stay, but I would leave.
Bye, all. Have a good last couple of weeks. High five.
Thank you.
High five. Oh my goodness. High five.
You're welcome.
Awesome.
Thank you.
High five. Boom. High five. Thanks, y'all. Have a good one.
Thank you. Get rid of the chairs in that way.
No, you're not even close. It's so bad. Yeah, it's like on the back, and then maybe unplug it. Yeah, I'll get. I just wanted to let it.
Bye, I gotta go.
Honestly, it doesn't bother me, but we can fix it.
Move the chairs.
I don't think it all that. Like I don't think it blocks anything.
Is it on the video?
Can you see the chairs on the video, or is it still okay?
Come on around.
We can move them quick if you want.
Or the table.
Oh yeah. Andrew, can you just grab that one? Grab. Hey, we're gonna do it.
I forgot we're both in. Right?
Great. Okay, Dr. Duba, next presentation. Anyways. Yeah, we might have. Huh? Yeah, that's fine. And then we'll see. Perfect. Perfect.
So, next, does it matter who goes first? Quesset or Hamilton? Or? Hamilton's first, so Hamilton's on first, so we'll just make sure. So
that sounds only fair, right?
Ask Dr. Swizer. Fred Swizer is the principal for Hamilton Elementary School, and he's going to go over the school improvement team.
I don't want to follow that. I just can't. All right. Good evening, everybody. I want to thank you all for having me here and giving me the opportunity to talk about Hamilton Elementary School. And it's an absolute privilege to have worked there over the last several months as a new principal in the district. It's been a huge learning curve, but it's been absolutely amazing to work with the staff, the family, the community, the administration. Everyone's been very welcoming and helpful, and it's been just a great year overall. So as far as coming into the position, I spent a lot of time Spent a lot of time observing and meeting with staff and families. I held Zoom meetings with parents in August before school started to listen to their concerns. I met with students. Did a lot of data analysis and learned a great deal about the Hamilton community in general, as well as spending a lot of time looking at systems and what was in place. But I did not want to come in and make any sweeping changes. I wanted to see everyone in action. And what I learned, first and foremost, is that the staff is all in for the kids, 100%. And I don't believe that that's changed over the last several years, even with the amount of instability, turnover in leadership, and all those factors that could impact a community as well as staff and students. They've really dug in and created quite a niche for themselves, and it's all about the kids.
Sorry.
All right, excellent. So early on in the school year, our school improvement team and our staff worked a lot on Hamilton's identity. We rewrote our vision statement. As you can see up there, what we noticed was that, through no fault of anyone's, our vision statement was very similar to other schools. And we really want our own identity as a community. And so with the staff and parents and everyone on the school improvement team, along with the staff itself, we did a lot of work about who we are, which included our vision statement. And we also created our HES Believes, which stemmed from a lot of work on our values as a school, how we view the vision of a learner, which is a district initiative that's very important to us, and we came up with these 4 beliefs in terms of who we are and what we believe in and what drives the work that we do, which is included in that school improvement plan. So that was.
Sorry, Fred, hold on.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Close the door. Is that one? That one's one of them's going to be open.
Fred, we'll open this one.
We'll open this one.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay. So it was a lot of hard work about kind of who we are and where we envision ourselves moving forward into the future. And so again, a lot of this work translated into our school improvement plan. It was difficult creating and molding it at first because there was a lot to learn. There was a lot to listen to in terms of how the school works, and as I said, the systems that were in place or not in place for whatever reason. So we did a lot of that work up front to try and give ourselves a foundation with which to work. And then we received the accountability. Hamilton was rated a 3-star school, and that was devastating to a lot of our staff for a number of reasons. But I think as we go through, it is clear where the work needs to be done. And as you can see from that 3-star accountability overall rating, we received 5 stars on school quality and student success with a perfect 15 out of 15 points. It was achievement and growth, where we received 12 points, which gave us those 3 stars. And obviously the overall is the lowest of the number of stars out of those two areas. And so this is also based on the last 2 years of RICAS scores when it comes to achievement and growth. So our priority, first and foremost, was climate and culture, because it's our belief that if our students they don't feel safe, they aren't comfortable, there isn't trust involved, then it makes learning that much harder. So we like I said, we spent a lot of time working on climate and culture and looking back at the survey works for spring of 2024. In terms of favorable responses from families, as far as family and school communication went, they were 49% in terms of their positive rating. School improvement was 36%, and family engagement was 30%. So So that's been a focus of this year. As far as the staff was concerned, the two areas that were glaring was school climate at 51% in terms of positive review, and building leadership at 37%. So again, as we worked on our identity and who we are and where we want to go, those factors came into play throughout the year as we built on our climate and culture. As far as our accountability overview, we had the 3 points out of 3 points on a good number of those at the top, all the blue, or 3 out of 4 points. And obviously where we need to work is the growth in ELA and in math. We got 2 out of 3 for ELA, 2 out of 3 points for ELA, and 1 out of 3 for math in terms of growth. When we look at the growth in math, we were 0.84 out of 2, and we need to note that for us to earn earn 2 growth points, it's 0.85. So we were 1/100th of a point away from 2 out of 3 points for that. Can't really get any closer than that. So that was something to keep in mind. We were that close to 2 points for our growth in math. As far as growth in ELA is concerned, we were 71 out of 100, which gave us a 3 out of 4 possible points for the growth in ELA. From here, we discussed our theory of action, and it's really, as I said, our theory of action is really founded in systems. We've been analyzing things such as our MTSS process, engaging instruction, instructional collaboration, parental and guardian involvement. All of those need to be in place in order to best support our students. And so with that theory of action, we also had our needs assessment. And having done that needs assessment, we found that we needed to focus on the areas of ELA, math, and science in terms of teaching and learning, and then climate and culture, which falls under our safe and supportive schools priority. These are the RICAS results from 2017 to 2024, and it was either a negative 0.5 change or just a +1 percentage point change. So it really gave us that road to follow. When we talk about the critical roots, and I know this was a question that was asked, and I'll get into this in a little bit, but we really want to focus on collaboration. Open up the classroom doors, allow teachers to observe each other. That collaboration will foster better learning, and it also is about collective teacher advocacy. The more they work together, the better off we will be. They have so much to learn from the person next door, and so we're going to spend time moving forward using learning walks and pineapple classrooms, as well as working with the curriculum itself. Looking at wit and wisdom, for instance, and the connections between the Rhode Island state standards, what we can kind of glean from wit and wisdom, and what isn't absolutely a necessity, and then where we can create engaging learning experiences for the kids by going kind of outside that curriculum box. And that's important work, because we want those engaging learning opportunities for the kids. Those are the things that they remember. The priorities, again, are academic priorities, are ELA, math, and science, and then the safe and supportive schools. As far as ELA and also math, they're very similar in terms of the direction in which we're headed. We really want to focus on our win block and how to utilize that most efficiently and effectively. A lot of times we find that students with needs are pulled from the classroom at that point to service IEPs or goals in 504s, and we're not necessarily utilizing that time to the best of our ability. That's something that we're going to focus on, and that comes along with that collaboration. Can we take students from different classrooms and filter them in different groups to get that extra support in small groups, which is really what win time is about. And also MTSS. We've been working a lot this year on our behavior system, support system, and our PBIS and things like that in order to better support the students. And We also have rolled out Branching Minds, which is our platform for MTSS. And at Hamilton, our reading specialists and our math interventionists have been working hard to train the teachers, and there's been a little bit of training for that. We want to continue down that path because that really is a tremendously powerful platform that we can utilize as we work through MTSS and the WIN blocks and all of that. We also need to make sure that we utilize our interventionists and specialists more efficiently and effectively. We have a full-time reading specialist and a part-time math/literacy interventionist, and we've really had to focus a lot on reading because that's where our needs are the heaviest this year. Next year we're going to shift a little bit more towards math support, but the teachers have taken over on that tier 2 level in the classroom during WIN time, so we've been able to support students in that manner. So when we look at math, it is that similar, those similar initiatives with the curriculum and the MTSS support for those students. A little bit of a shift when we talk about science. We do have GEMSNet, and I've heard and I've been to GEMSNet training, and it's some of the most powerful and productive training for staff and for leaders that I've ever seen, and I have staff telling me that on a consistent basis, that they absolutely love the hands-on experiences they get when they go to training and then bring those back to the building. We also have a GEMSNet trainer in our building who opens up her doors in the morning to help with those who need a little extra help with the science curriculum. And then we also this year started doing the interim assessments with grades 4 and 5, which is an opportunity for them to really get hands-on and dig into the assessments themselves and really play with the test and the online components and engage in the program in that way. So that's been tremendously helpful for them. Our final priority, the safe and supportive schools. Again, we really spent a lot of time working on relationships and trust. Trust allows feedback, and that's another critical component for us supporting the staff and the staff supporting the students, is how are they giving that feedback, when are they giving that feedback, and what are they doing with that feedback in terms of action steps. So that's a lot of the work that we're going to do moving forward. We also have implemented some other school initiatives around safe and supportive schools. Every room in the building has a safety bucket. We started kindness quacks, which students are nominated for acts of kindness, and then they're entered into a lottery to win a rubber duck as a kindness quack. We also shifted to our positive praise. That's PAWS, positive praise, for students who are caught being respectful, responsible, and safe. They earn rewards from that. So that's really the focus of the PBIS team moving forward. Community outreach is another big focus that we're going to work on. The ability to make partnerships for those real life experiences outside of Hamilton will create those learning opportunities that students remember. We are doing the composting and recycling program. We just started that at Hamilton, and it's been tremendously successful. The kids are having a lot of fun with that. We also held a number of book club opportunities for family and staff as well. We read The Anxious Generation and Free Range Kids, the 2 books we did this year, and it's led us to the Let Grow project, which is the summer experience, which is allowing children opportunities to be independent. So they have lists of things that kids can do, anything from running to the market, riding their bike to the market on their own, making dinner, going grocery shopping, watching a sibling, just opportunities for them to feel good about that independence and who they are. As an older gentleman, I remember a lot of the things that we did as kids. We don't allow our children to do these days for a number of reasons. Even walking down the road to the park at age 7, 8, or 9. We rode our bikes all over the neighborhood, and we were home when the lights went on. These are things that build confidence, and that confidence translates into the work they do with us. And then, I think that part of the redistricting process, there's been a lot of talk about the resources that we could use, which is always, it's always helpful. But I think we like to approach it with we have what we have, and we're going to do our best with that. And I want to go back to what I said in the beginning about our staff being all in for the kids. They truly are, and we will continue to work on that mentality to support the kids. I think that's it. Are there any questions?
I have a question for you.
Yes.
And I kind of wish I had thought about this after all these presentations, the SIT plan presentations. I started to think about some questions.
Sure.
So, Mrs. Johnston, Dr. Schweizer, you're going to get my 2 questions. It's the same question for both of you. Do you find that our professional development days are aligned with your SIT plan goals or what you hope to improve upon the days that we have within the district?
I think that's an excellent question. I think that's a question that not only we can answer, but I know we get staff feedback as well on those days, which is extremely important. I do feel that they are helpful and productive, and I think that because, and this is one thing that I noticed coming in, as I looked at the school improvement plan, it was built off of the district plan, and so there's an intertwining there of goals and priorities, and the professional development, whether it's the district level for all of us or in the buildings, is really driven by that school improvement plan. So I do feel like that is an effective use of that time. Absolutely.
Okay, good. So it sounds like there's collaboration and communication about what you all need versus what you're getting. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Anything else?
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Jen, I found readers.
Oh,
so
good. That'll make this go a lot smoother, won't it?
I left them on my desk. I don't have much to go off of. I just, jotted some notes, and I said, just in case I need to glance at them. Almost put my sunglasses on, but thank you and good evening. It's late, not my best time to present. 8 o'clock, I'm usually getting ready for my night, but I want to just preface that I don't have little ones at home, so I can say that. But my 7 years here at in North Kingstown and at Quesset, and I can tell you, 28 years in education is the longest I've stayed in a position. Every 5 years, I have moved for different reasons. Primarily to continue to challenge myself, but I feel like I found a home, I found a belonging, and I found some passion and determination to work with the community within North Kingstown to do what's best for kids and, quite frankly, teachers at Quesset. So I want to preface that, and I just want to preface also, you know this, school improvement plans are written off of standardized testing. So standardized testing's purpose is for us, and it's critical data. It gives us critical data to look at the progress that we're making as a school, as students make progress, and it also gives us the information, the need that we need to pay attention to, right? We don't want to minimize that. But I do also have to preface that the school improvement plan is one piece of the work and the initiatives that go on in a school in and every single day. It's important work, and it allows us and me as a principal to stay focused in our faculty meetings and in our school improvement to do our data points. But why I say that is I'm going to talk about what our school improvement plan looks like, but I just want to preface that it's only a piece of it. There's so many more things that go into making a school function and meeting the needs of students. Does that make sense? I just want to preface that. So, I started off by putting some data. The first slide I put was the data, because in order to even think about what a school improvement plan looks like, we need to look at data. So this is just, you've seen different versions, I think, of all of our presentations. And this is just a snapshot from the website that's public. In our school and quality and student success, that would be our area of strength. We do get 5 stars for that. We get 12 out of 15 points. And our English language proficiency This last time, we did get 4 stars for that, and that gave us 2 points out of 3. Achievement and growth, we got 3 stars for that, and we got 10 points out of 17, but it did bump us from a 2-star to a 3-star. It's something to celebrate, but I also know year to year, you know, that, you know, we have to celebrate it, but there's a lot more work to do. I think it's important to note on the bottom, we also are targeted, you know, for economically disadvantaged, for achievement and growth. That's almost 70% of our population. So a lot of our strategies, a lot of our subgroups are within groups, right? We have subgroups within subgroups of a group, if that even makes sense. But that's what happens. So like we are looking at data more intentionally this year, where we are breaking out our subgroups, but the work and the systems are going to impact every single child that's at Quesset. But we want to, one of our initiatives was calling out on our day-to-days to actually make a goal for our subgroups that we were targeting in. We did make, well, improvements on our access, but we'll talk about that at the end. So that is that slide. Here's the other slide I think Fred also showed. So points earned, mostly 2s. We got 3s in our suspension rate and teacher chronic absenteeism, and pretty much 2s across the board. So there's room to grow and continue to dive in. And remember, this is 2 years of data as opposed to like when we get our RICAS in the fall, that's just one snapshot. And yeah, it's tricky. As much as I said, you know, I absolutely love data, so we can dive into this anytime you want, because there's a difference between the TSI and the ATSI and when you actually break it down. But that's just a starting point to sort of get our feet wet into what our plans are. So our values, our SIT team felt like our values, why recreate values that we talk about with kids every day? This is the same thing as our PBIS. We believe kind of less is more and less jargon, so we just try and say, okay, our values are all of us being respectful, responsible, and safe. Like we walk into the building, that's what every teacher, staff, students, this is what we expect from everyone. But this is the language that the students are also used to. So it seems pretty simple, but it's overlapping, and that's why the team stuck with the values. So, you know, this mission statement, I'm going to be honest, was probably written probably my 2nd year in. So I'm thinking next year we might want to take a look out of it, because we have even evolved since then. This, you can just read it. I mean, not that this doesn't matter, but we chose a mission statement, and everyone has a different take on that. We sort of look at the district has the vision, right? That's where we want to go. We live the mission at the school level to get to the vision for by the time. So the mission is sort of what we're doing every single day to get to that vision. So this is like staff comes in every single day committed to that. This just sums up this summary of needs assessment. In the actual plan, it's a paragraph, but here this is just some of off of the first couple of slides that I gave you. The teacher attendance was 3 out of 3 points. Exceeds expectations in ELA was 2 out of 3 points. Suspension rate was 2 out of 3 points. And our survey works, those were our highlights in our survey works results. Of course, our overall achievement needs to continue to grow in all areas, quite frankly. And our chronic absenteeism is a lot of work and effort. We can talk about that in a little bit going into that. And English language proficiency. So those were priority areas, but here's the tricky thing. The school that has the most needs is required to put most priorities, you know, and it's hard, and I have to kind of buffer a little bit, because you can't, you know, we want to try and focus on doing things well, and that's why I go back to systems. If we have great systems in our school, it's going to impact all of these areas, you know, so it's hard to have like a school improvement plan that's like a book and expecting all of us to do it at a highly effective rate. So, you know, my job as the leader is to continue to buffer that and break that down with and for staff, so no one feels quite overwhelmed over it. So those are our 5 areas. Science was added this year. Our goals and initiatives. So this is our ELA achievement with our goal, and then we have a second goal that is just related to our Black and African American population. And we felt like we can go, you know, we actually have a very small population. I think it's maybe 15 kids, so we felt like we should be able to move from 10 to 20%, bump it by the 10%, just by the sheer number of kids that we have. Our initiatives, you know, we do work very closely with all the elementary principals, work very closely. We're all focused on the high quality curriculum and what that looks like. We're looking at fidelity. This year we had opportunity to take the Rhode Island core standards and sort of look at the priority standards and look at where they fit in wisdom, and that will help in their planning. I heard Fred mention that as well, as that's something to go towards. Science of reading, I felt like it was critical to put that in because yes, it was required by RIDE. You know, as a reading person, you know, was my first master's was in literacy, so you know, the science of reading came 20 years too late in my opinion. I don't want to take this out of here. I want teachers go for the training, but I want to be able to continue to bring it back to common planning time and looking at videos and reading articles, and then also discussing best practices around it. I don't want it to be a first time because it's a science of reading, and it's what every educator needs to know in order to teach kids to read. So we, as a team, will keep that in there, and then our initiative for multi-tiered system of support that is over-encompassing on our SEL, math achievement, our attendance. So the MTSS is not necessarily new, but we are refining and doing better every single year because that's what we need to do and we have to do. We are this year able to look at the whole child, and if, you know, you will notice with Quid will say, well, why isn't this child making gains compared to someone else? Well, someone, they could very likely to have a child that may need 3 or 4 different areas where they need a goal. So just like where I'm saying to teachers to have so many goals and do it all really well, we need to prioritize what their number 1 goal is in order for them to access the academics. So we got to that granular level this year, and more work to do. More work to do with Branch and Minds and using that platform to really see it as holistically. But I look forward to next year and refining that process all around. And I think, you know, this, the ELA, the writing, I think was a big, need, well, it was a very large gap and a large need within North Kingstown. I think there's every elementary teacher I know was grateful to have this sort of on-demand writing, having the rubrics to be able to look and calibrate the writing pieces and scoring and crossing that over. That hasn't, they said years ago it happened, hasn't happened in some time. So that was in there, and that was new this year too as part of our common planning time. And also I did use title funds to, my staff were able to get 2 common planning times a month because I used some title funds to do an extra common planning time to ensure that we are able to get math and SEL in there as well. So that's how I utilize the title funds for that. I'm not going to rehash the math, but sort of the same thing. I'll go to initiative 3, building a culture of math in the classroom. And that kind of goes back to, we have a Bridges program. There's one component that's, I'm saying number talk. Number corner, thank you. My brain's not working, you know, and kind of bringing that to the table and making sure that the teachers are doing every component of Bridges, because that component in itself helps build that culture of a math. It's a small component that you may feel like not needed, but that is like, it's a critical piece of having that math discourse and opportunity to go back to the prior learning. So, but I was able to also do that with the extra common planning time by doing some articles and looking at some best practices in teaching math. This is, I talked about the academics, but this is our biggest work and probably our biggest celebration is around safe and supportive schools. We chose our goal to be chronic absenteeism because if they're not here, they can't learn. But all of the initiatives under that, I talked about multi-tiered, our school culture, it's sort of this big, but we really focus on belonging and connection, and there's multiple initiatives that we do in and around that. And that's, we have something called shock houses where bi-monthly the kids get together in different groups of 12, K to 5, and they work and they do team building stuff together. Because what we found is our students are great with adults, but we want them to be able to support each other within the building. So that's just one piece of the school culture that we have. I can go on and on. There's a lot of things that we do. Conscious discipline has been a pretty significant initiative. Now this is going on our 3rd or 4th year, and this year has really, people are living it's a philosophical change. It's not necessarily a program, but people are living it. You can tell by the language they're using, how they're speaking to students, and students are using the language. Students are wishing each other well. You can see it's we started it. Still a lot of work to do and a lot of learning to do as we get new staff, but those are the things that we're working on for safe and supportive schools. And science, we are required to put science in there, but science is a little tricky. I don't know if anybody else had said this in the, okay, because you're not looking at the same, you're putting an increase, but you're not looking at the same cohort of students to increase.
Not apples to apples, if you will.
It isn't. Recommendation when I went to some trainings did say, well, look at what their literacy is in 4th grade and kind of guide that way, because a lot of the science test is literacy based. So they help me guide because but it's in there and it's important to look at and do the work. We dabbled in interim assessments. I said dabbled, we didn't get to where we needed to be, and teachers continued their professional development with Jim's Net. And we have a goal for MLL proficiency, 41 to 50% as measured by access. Again, we were looking at the data of our MLLs and using our STAR data by taking the kids out and looking at the subgroups as we go along. And my MLL teacher, she taught with one, she only had time, but one grade level to kind of dabble in that to see what co-teaching during in ELA Black and what that would look like, and that went very well. They want to do it again next year. So those were 2 pieces. So here we are now. All right, we have 15 students that were tested. 7 of them met the goal, so I think we hit over the 50%. 3 did not meet their goal. 5 didn't have goals because they weren't tested in Rhode Island this year. So 20% chronic absenteeism as of May 27th. I checked today, it is up to 21%, and 6 suspensions year to date. Any questions?
I do have a question for you. It's more soliciting your feedback because of your background in literacy specifically, and I noticed that you indicated the subgroups that that these test scores were based on or that they included. One thing that has bothered me a lot is that there's very little talk, and not just in this district, but really everywhere, about the male to female gap, especially with ELA, and it's a pretty big percentage. So we rarely talk about male versus female, and
we can have a whole conversation about that. I just have strong feels about that.
Well, that's
and
actually
everything we do. And we say, that's a boy, that's a girl, I think it's a societal issue personally, and I think it goes much deeper than just reading and society, what we expect from male. That's just me personally. And
I agree. I was just having this conversation
kids
today.
Boys and girls, I'm like, they're all different, doesn't matter,
But specifically when you were talking about comparing test scores, and you actually hit the nail on the head when you said that the NGSA scores, the science scores, right, have a lot to do with the ELA scores. And if you're obviously more proficient in ELA, you're probably going to test better when it comes to the science tests. So I guess I'm just wondering.
And everything else you do in life. I mean,
well, naturally, yes.
Yeah.
Even math, even the math questions, because if you're getting word problems, et cetera. So I guess my question is, and of course we can talk about this later. I don't want to put you on the spot, but or maybe it's not a question. Maybe it's more your feedback might be really interesting and important in terms of maybe helping the district or helping with professional development days or trying to close that gap because you know, this is actually all over, but like for instance, Quid has a 13% gap between male, female, and ELA. Even district-wide, those percentages are about around the same. And even in EG, Barrington.
And if you were to look, probably countrywide too, right?
Oh, right,
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
So anyway, I guess I just, I always feel bad when I see subgroups, but I don't see the male versus female because obviously that affects everyone in our district.
Right,
everyone.
right.
So I don't know, maybe at some point you can share your thoughts and concerns or feedback.
I would love to.
Thank you so much. Any other questions from the committee? Thank
All right,
you,
thank
and have
you.
a good couple of weeks. And
Thank you both
2
for
weeks?
being here tonight.
Tomorrow's field day, yep.
that used to be my favorite day at Quesset.
Well,
Every single year in the backfield. So have fun, enjoy. Okay, Dr. Dutra?
Next is our recognition of our top 10 students from the North Kingstown High School class of 2025. Mr. Mezzanotte and myself, and some of the school committee members as well as town council members attended Honors Night, which was recently at the high school, and we got to recognize our students that made Rhode Island Honors Society and National Honors Society, as well as our top 10 students. And I just want to recognize those students here for the school committee. Our valedictorian is Lillian Borkman. Our salutatorian is Alice Dunning. And the rest of the top 10 students are Alex Blasbog, Rory Ennis, Madeline Erickson, Hannah Fries, Bonnie O'Flaherty, Jordan Paris, Lillian Smith, and Jason Wall. They all received certificates from us that night, as well as their tassel to wear for graduation. We are very proud of their accomplishments. And I just want to thank our educators at the high school as well for supporting them and throughout the years at the high school. So thank you to everyone. We have one other item here to recognize some of our retirees that are going to attend tonight. Unfortunately, they are not here, and we have some flowers, but we will bring them to the school tomorrow morning.
Thank you. Okay, and so next item on the agenda is citizens' comments. Thank you. The first on the agenda is Lauren.
Good evening. My name is Lauren Brothers, and I'm concluding my 8th year teaching science at North Kingstown High School, where I instruct students across various academic levels from grades 9 through 11. I appreciate the opportunity to address the committee and administration regarding the proposed grading policy. I've provided written feedback on this proposal through multiple channels since it was introduced for district review. I also want to acknowledge that I'm speaking to you tonight on my birthday, underscoring the importance the issue holds for both the teachers and students at our school. I am unclear about the specific challenges the proposed policy is intended to resolve. NKHS has been a top-performing school for a very long time, and we are proud of that. Our various departments have dedicated significant time and effort to developing grading policies tailored to their courses, which are clearly communicated in the course syllabi. I have found these differences to be appropriate, reflecting the diverse expectations students will encounter in college and their future careers. Personally, I have never questioned the fairness or accuracy of the final grades assigned in my classes, which align closely with student effort and achievement throughout the year. Given this, I was surprised by the proposal for a uniform grading policy spanning all grades 6 through 12. In my professional opinion, the proposed policy is in some ways too lenient for high school students. It is imperative that we hold our students to high standards of accountability rather than lowering expectations. The policy's stated goal is to prepare students to master concepts needed for success in college, careers, and life. However, many high school educators share concerns that unlimited retakes of summative work could inadvertently encourage procrastination, excuse-making, and excessive demands on teachers' time. From my experience, including 12 years of post-secondary education, neither retakes nor uniform grading across diverse courses reflects the realities of college or the workforce. Furthermore, the logistical challenges of implementing school-wide retake policies must be considered, as teachers cannot be expected to accommodate unlimited additional assessments outside contractual hours. Even scheduling retakes during school hours presents significant management difficulties. Students must be held accountable for their work in a way that does not create undue burdens on their teachers or disrupt the learning environment. Based on my observations in the high school over the past 8 years, including extensive data collection and discussions with colleagues, I believe the primary factors impacting student success are not grading policies, but rather attendance and cell phone usage. Addressing these challenges will require a strong collaborative effort, but it is essential for improving student outcomes. Attendance concerns extend beyond simple absence or presence and include issues such as tardiness, early dismissals, and students physically on campus but not attending class. There are several reliable resources of attendance data that warrant thorough analysis and action. We need to hold students more accountable for their attendance. Dealing with poor attendance is by far the most difficult aspect of my job. Regarding cell phones, this long-standing issue remains unresolved at the high school. Their use is disruptive both inside and outside the classroom, and many students exhibit behavior consistent with technology addiction. This significantly impairs their ability to focus, engage, and ultimately succeed in school, college, and beyond. And I do not use the term addiction lightly, and I am deeply concerned about its impact on our students' academic and personal development. Without effective measures to manage attendance and cell phone distractions, changes in grading policies alone will not lead to better student outcomes in high school or in the future. If we can ensure students are present, engaged, and free from constant distractions, I'm confident their academic performance will improve. And addressing these root causes is critical, and I urge the committee, administration, teachers, adults at home, students, to prioritize these issues for the sake of all students.
30 seconds.
Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Happy birthday. Okay, next up is Mary.
Good evening. My name is Mary Lowe Presti, and I live in North Kingstown. As the parent of a child who received services through the Special Education Department for 13 years, I have accrued an abundance of experience advocating for accessible spaces for our disabled community locally, statewide, and nationally. I have witnessed firsthand the absence of school playground equipment for students with profound disabilities. I have attended a summer recreation program at the high school stadium where the entrance gate was latched with a chain, thereby allowing only physically able community members to squeeze through in order to enter. I have frequented school buildings without automatic door openers, making entry with a wheelchair an additional obstacle to surmount. Tonight I share these examples to demonstrate my lived experience as the parent of a significantly disabled child who already navigated days with intensive hands-on care for him and a stream of administrative duties to coordinate medical, educational, and therapeutic interventions. Having to reach out to school administrators to request an adaptive swing at 2 different elementary schools was not only time-consuming, but also demoralizing. I believe our school community would benefit from an accessibility coordinator to ensure inclusion, allowing all voices to be heard during planning and implementation processes. You might already be familiar with the expression in the disability community, nothing about us without us, and that is what I am advocating for. 2 items on tonight's agenda for which I will continue to lend my support and lived experience are the proposed accessibility audit and the preschool playground at Davisville Elementary School. The first item would begin with a comprehensive checklist of features and necessities at all school venues and would include potential barriers such as accessible parking, proximity of working elevators, and playgrounds, among others. Ideally, the voices of community members who utilize these spaces would be included as extensively as possible, and I am more than willing to lend my time and physical support in this endeavor. The second item, which is the proposed preschool playground at Davisville Elementary School, is something that I believe requires more input from parents and caregivers. While I can vividly recollect what my son required for playground equipment as a preschooler 13 years ago, consulting and valuing the needs of current NKSD families is essential. Otherwise, I am concerned that we would be minimizing their seat at the table. As a parent who has been left out of that conversation in the past, it is a very undesirable place to be. Perhaps if I had been asked what would allow my son to be fully included with his peers on the playground, I would not need to be here now to continue to represent other families. We're all familiar with the expression that a society is judged by the degree to which it cares for its most vulnerable members. So I hope that this time our school department gets it right the first time and makes the needs of our most challenged students and their families a high priority. I'd also just like to take a minute to thank you for agreeing to show the Mythbusters video in its entirety. I was privileged to get to see that at the NKCLAC meeting last Wednesday evening. And while it was, to a certain extent, it was tugged at my emotional strings because these were a lot of students that my son had gone to school with, I was so proud of them and the fact that we are getting to this point where this is visible, like this is the norm, to see all of these students, the peers, the neurotypical and the neurodivergent peers and their families together. So I thank you for that, and I'm just very proud that we could do that, and I would like to just be able to continue that. Thank you.
Kara? Kara?
Hi, Kara Martone, 73 Woodridge Drive. So I have just a few comments tonight on some various items that are on the agenda that I hope will just be part of the discussion, as the meeting continues. So the first one I wanted to talk about was the Sports Camp Enterprise Fund. I think this is the first time that the enterprise funds have been presented for the 2026 budget, and it looks like there is a $22,000, I think it's $22,000, of revenue for the sports camps for 2026, but I don't think there are any sports camps on tap for the summer, so I'm wondering what that revenue represents. My second concern is regarding recent policy revisions. So I have emailed the committee and the policy committee on various revisions that have been done in the past handful of months, including dress code and the transgender non-binary student policy. And when I watched the subcommittee meetings and realized that none of those concerns are actually discussed in the meetings, it makes me wonder how many other people also emailed in, and if they're wondering if their concerns are discussed among the committee. And so I just wonder, how can citizens, what can we do to ensure that concerns that we voice are addressed in these subcommittee meetings? And understandably, we're not all going to have the same opinions or thoughts or, agree on what the committee decides, but I think it would be better if people thought that at least what they were putting forward was discussed at some point. And I do ask that the committee listen carefully tonight to some of the best teachers in the district that are here tonight to talk about the grading policy, because I think they definitely have some pretty valid concerns. My third point is a question on how much do we think we're going to put aside for the consultants for the redistricting and the school start time project. So it looks like when I kind of scanned through that RFP, it looks like there's a lot of demographic studies, enrollment analyses, community engagement, and I'm wondering why we can't use the enrollment projections that we just had done in the past 2 months for the bond project. And I think we had a committee working on start times, and I'm wondering what happened with that work, why the administration wouldn't come up with their own redistricting plan if we actually need one at this time. 4, I know there was a lot of work put into the equity vision statement, and I've seen it on the website. It looks great, and I'm just wondering what happened to promoting the district mission statement in conjunction with that, because I thought that that was kind of part of it when it was all being created. And then lastly, the bond project, which is obviously a big one. I'm hoping that tonight we can identify how much the delay in the stage 2 approval is going to cost the district, if we have any thoughts on that. And also, if there were CIP projects that were approved for this summer already, are they going to be postponed now that we haven't gotten that stage 2 approval yet? And lastly, I look forward to hearing why the application was rejected again and what the district will do going forward to maintain tighter controls over the process. Thank you.
Next up is Pam.
Pam Panero, 710 Slocum Road. First, I'm here to speak about the grading policy, and I urge you all to do a third read on this and not approve it tonight. As you all know, it was not in the agenda packet until this morning. I have been working all day. I did request to look at it. I barely had a chance to look at it. I did see that there were some changes, but I really haven't had a full chance, and I'm sure the public really hasn't had a full chance to look at that revised grading policy. I also just want to emphasize that I believe we are doing the high school students an incredible disservice to have retakes for every single class that is offered in the high school. This is not preparing them for the future. This is not preparing them for post-high school. I strongly urge you to reconsider that. And I'm sure after looking at it more thoroughly, I would have other feedback. I've been attending school committee meetings in North Kingstown for over 7 years. I'm here tonight to express deep concern over the repeated failure of our RIDE Stage 2 submission. This is a serious and costly setback for our district. While our vendors have undoubtedly played a role in this failure, and I am grateful that legal action is being considered to hold them accountable, we also need to be honest with ourselves. This is not just a vendor problem. It is a governance problem. In years past, school committee meetings were focused and typically lasted 2 hours, maybe 3. Advisory committees were used more strategically and only met when needed, mandated, or to address an acute issue. Today, however, we're seeing a very different picture. School committee meetings now regularly run 5 to 6 hours, sometimes longer, and this is a significant outlier when compared to our other school districts across the state. Most districts conduct their business in half the time or less. Even our town council conducts their business in half their time or less. Regular long meetings is not a sign of deeper engagement. It's a symptom of inefficiency and dysfunction. Long, unfocused meetings are not productive. They drain attention, reduce effectiveness, create fatigue, and blur focus from what truly matters. The number of advisory committee meetings has also exploded. Some are meeting 3 times a month, and the cumulative time demand on administrators and staff is becoming unsustainable. These meetings, while important, are absorbing bandwidth that should be dedicated to major priorities like the RIDE submission. We've also seen policies that were once 1 or 2 pages now expanding to 7 or 8. This growing complexity delays approvals, increases administrative burden, and makes implementation harder, again, adding to the inefficiency. In my view, much of this stems from an overcorrection. After the administrative disruption and the lack of trust caused in the community by the naked fat test scandal, the school committee had to step in to stabilize the district. At that time, there was no consistent leadership, and committee involvement was necessary. But we are no longer in that situation. We now have a stable, experienced, and capable administration. Continuing to operate as if we're still in a leadership vacuum or in a crisis is no longer appropriate. The micromanagement, the lengthy meetings, the nonstop advisory sessions, and the overcomplicated policy rewrites have all contributed to this repeated failure. I urge this committee to recognize that and course correct. Trust the administration to do the work they were hired to do, focus meetings, streamline advisory demands, and let's finally deliver what our students, families, and staff deserve: a successful RIDE submission and a district that moves forward, not in circles. Thank you.
Michael?
Thank you for your time tonight and the opportunity to speak. I'm here as a parent of a student at Hamilton Elementary School and a community member in North Kingstown. I deeply care about the future of our schools and the well-being of our children. The topic of elementary school redistricting is complex and personal, especially to me and my children. And I know that no decision will satisfy everyone in the community, but if we lead with values and make choices grounded in fairness and long-term vision, we can make this process one that strengthens our district for all families and our community in total. Tonight I wanted to highlight 4 key points that I believe are essential to the successful and equitable redistricting process as we move through it. First, I do believe in the neighborhood school theory and how it helps build strong communities close to children's homes. At its core, this theory is about giving students the opportunity to attend schools close to where they live. This just isn't about convenience. It's about building stronger, safer, and more connected communities. When a school is part of the daily rhythm of a neighborhood, it becomes a cornerstone of that community. I know that in my neighborhood in itself. There's probably 10 kids under, I'll say 10 years old in my neighborhood. Families are more likely to know one another, and that shared connection leads to increased parent involvement, greater volunteerism in the schools, stronger relationships with teachers and staff. This model also benefits the district logistically. Shorter transportation routes help reduce costs, and more efficient zoning can help alleviate overcrowding in high-demand schools where better utilizing undercapacity buildings. When done right, the neighborhood school promotes safety, connection, and accessibility. My second point tonight is including all neighborhoods in the redistricting analysis. We've talked about this multiple times from many different facets. Mine tonight is about equity and inclusion that must not be negotiated. That is non-negotiable. We cannot talk about a neighborhood schools without talking about equity in our community. The uncomfortable truth is that historical zoning, economic disparities, and uneven investment have created pockets of disadvantaged children. And redistricting is our opportunity to begin to right those imbalances in our community. That means every neighborhood, not just the ones with the loudest voices or the most political capital, are to be heard. All communities need to be part of the conversation and analysis that includes looking at student demographics, socioeconomic diversity, special education and language support needs, and future development and growth patterns in our community. When we bring every neighborhood to the table, we send a clear message. Every child in this district matters, and I believe that wholeheartedly, regardless of the neighborhood that they live in. My third is to look at hiring an unbiased third party, removing personal agendas from the process of redistricting. We need to be honest with ourselves. Redistricting stirs up emotion. It does in everyone, and understandably so, because it affects our children and our community. But emotion alone can't drive decision making. That's why one of the smartest moves we can make is to bring in a neutral professional third party, one with no stake in the specific schools or neighborhoods. This outside expertise can help us ensure the decisions are data-driven, not emotionally reactive, transparent and well-documented, and rooted in the long-term interest of the district. A third party brings a level of credibility and objectivity that's difficult to maintain when everyone in the room has a personal connection to the outcome, including the community that speaks at the meetings. It allows community voices to be heard and respected while ensuring the final recommendations are grounded in facts and fairness, most importantly. It isn't about taking power away from the committees, but bringing it back to the community. It's about supporting the community with tools and insight to make best possible decisions for our children. I would ask the committee and subcommittee to be open to adding new community members to the subcommittee so it's more representative of the community. And finally, perhaps most importantly, we must remember the heart of this conversation is our children. Redistricting can be confusing and unsettling for kids. The idea of leaving a familiar classroom, a favorite teacher, a longtime friends can feel overwhelming. And that's why it's so important that we consider boundary changes as we prioritize stability. Whenever possible, we should strive for clear transition plans and communication for families, supportive services, and students who are impacted, and zoning that avoids frequent and unnecessary reassessments in the future.
We're gonna have to wrap up. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Susan?
Good evening. My name is Susan Erickson. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm going to speak primarily about the grading policy that's on the agenda. I teach at the high school, and I'm also a resident in North Kingstown. I just want to echo the concerns that my colleagues have expressed both here tonight and in emails to you over the last several weeks about the 6 through 12 grading policy. Despite recent revisions, there are too many details in the policy in some areas that limit an educator's ability to provide accommodations to promote a student's success. And in other areas, the policy is so general, it will have no real impact on the stated goals. I would ask that you please consider pulling this policy tonight for further revision prior to approval. Thank you.
Holly?
Hi, there we go. Holly Quinn. I just said a couple of things. I'm going to echo with what Pam said about the bond. And then my second thing was I had emailed everybody about, that's fine that you guys want to recognize it. If you insist on recognizing months, I get it for certain things. But all this preaching about equity and inclusion and all that other stuff that we do, you need to really include more or all, because all the conversation is always about the same things from certain people. And to the point that people in here are making about, the special education, special needs students, those need to be recognized. There's mental health awareness, which we all know is a huge deal, but that's never talked about. It's always the same thing, and it's always the one thing. So I encourage you guys, if you're really going to insist upon it, to please encompass and include them all. And as far as the bond, I trust in the subcommittee that we have now to right this wrong, to straighten this out. Up to this point, as you guys well know, a lot of us had a lot of questions. We begged for answers. We begged for contracts. We begged for a lot of things. This goes back a couple of years. We weren't happy with what we saw. I was happy to see Megan Riley in April push back to say, I don't think we should go forward with it. But nobody else wanted to. And Chairwoman Earle said, no, I want to do it now. I don't want to wait. And now here we are with this pause, if you will, to say that something's gone wrong. And I agree with Pam. I get it. That's vendors. And I'm glad you guys are pointing the finger at them and going after them. But it starts with us before it starts with vendors. So if there isn't any oversight, which I don't believe there ever was, I think it was like carte blanche and go. I mean, if you guys were building a house, would you just do this and let the contractor just do what they want without oversight? There hasn't been any. So it's disappointing to see submission number 3 denied again, to the point of nobody knows anything except all of a sudden in the packet we see potential legal action. Holy smokes, what does that mean? I don't know. And is that the only thing? And I know, Dr. Duva, I didn't get a chance to read your email. I know you responded. But is that all that's wrong? Is that all that's the issue? I did email Mario Crenio. I haven't heard anything back. I don't anticipate I will. I did the first time email, but, I just hope, and I have the utmost faith and confidence in Chris and the rest of the subcommittee. You guys are tasked with a heck of a job. So good luck, but keep us in the loop. Be transparent with us, because that's all we've ever wanted. If mistakes are made, mistakes are made. None of us are perfect. We just keep the line of communication open. It's what we deserve. We're the taxpayers. That's all we want. We're not here to get you with a gotcha. We just want what's right. That's it. So I appreciate it, and thank you.
Thank you. Christine?
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Christine Newton. I'm a teacher at the high school, and I'm also a resident of North Kingstown. And I'm here just to say that as a teacher, there are other teachers who have spoken about the grading policy, and I just echo what they have been saying as far as just please revisit it. There are parts of it that are very, that are too limiting, and other parts that aren't, and offer enough for the students. So I'm just here to say that and to support that, but I also want to thank you all for all the work that you're doing, and also to just say that I do appreciate the work that Dr. Duva and Rob have been doing in the schools this year. I know it isn't an easy job, so thank you for that.
Thank you. Okay, that's all that I have signed up. Sorry, I didn't mean to count your clapping. Is anyone else? Jordan?
Sorry, there are a lot of people here.
It's okay. That's why I always check. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Jordan Albernaz, and I'm a mathematics educator at North Kingstown High School, where I teach geometry and calculus. I've been teaching for 14 years, 13 of which have been in the North Kingstown School District. Thank you for your continued commitment to the NKSD community. I know how seriously you take all of your roles, and which is why I'm here tonight to express concerns in my role regarding the proposed grading policy. I'll skip a lot of things I was going to say because a few of the educators said it today, so I'll get right to my point. When considering policy changes, I ask myself 3 questions. Any changes, really. I ask, what problems are we trying to fix? What data supports the existence of the problem and the proposed solution? And are the necessary structures in place to support that kind of solution? So we just got data sent to us from our principal, Ms. Fink, that demonstrates that we have that our PSAT math scores are 18% higher than the state. So the state's at 64%, we're at 82 for the brand new test that we just took. The PSAT, which is what 10th graders take, we are 24% higher than the state average of 27, which is at 51% proficiency. And for the SAT, the 11th grade math, we are at 49% proficiency, and the state average is 23. So we're 26% higher, which is more than double. So what we're doing is working. These numbers highlight data that the proposed grading policy does not address. If you notice over time, our scores might decline a little bit, but what you notice is that as you take the 9th grade, the 10th grade, the 11th grade, the discrepancy between us and the state, we get higher and higher than the state average over time. At a recent voluntary faculty meeting, many educators voiced their concerns, particularly about the vague retake policy and its potential burden on both students and staff. And further, the policies, and I don't think a lot of them were considered. I know there was a new draft this morning, so I haven't fully read through it. So maybe some of those have changed. But further, the policy's main focus is supposed to be fair and consistent assessment and grading. That's the purpose of it. And while it leaves the ambiguity of how a student can retake, remediate, the parameters of a teacher is also vague. It says that allowing such retakes and remediations, they can put grade limits on it, and they can set parameters like whether a student writes a reflection first, or whether they have to demonstrate that they completed all their homework, or it's to make it consistent. It's actually making it more vague. Unlimited retakes without clear guidance are impractical and unsupported by research. While such policies may temporarily reduce anxiety for a student, knowing that a student can retake them unlimited amount of times, they often lead to a prolonged stress and do not improve student engagement or outcomes. Allowing unlimited retakes without clear boundaries is not practical. We move quickly at the high school, and students should focus on the current curriculum at hand. It also leaves out our subgroups when we look at who can actually stay after to remediate. The root of the issue from my perspective is not grading, and I share this at the meeting on Tuesday. It's attendance. Right now, my roster has 115 students. There have been 1,299 absences, 977 tardies, and 426 early dismissals. That's an average, as of last Tuesday, of 11.3 absences, 8.7 tardies, and 3.7 early dismissals per student on average. Implementing a broad retake policy under these conditions is simply unmanageable. I think this should be our focus, is attendance. And I don't think retakes give that engagement we need. Consider the reality for teachers. With over 100 students on your caseload and multiple assessments per year, we're already navigating thousands of evaluations of student work. Retakes in this volume are not feasible. I'm not concerned about more work, but rather about preserving the quality of feedback that we're already giving students on their work. And spreading ourselves too thin compromises student learning and leads to burnout all around. Burnout leads to less engagement and the counterpoints of this policy. A school environment without deadlines, accountability, and engagement is unlikely to improve test scores or better prepare our students for college, career, or military career opportunities. Instead, it risks undermining our mission, the mission that I was hired for when I joined this district. Our mission is to educate, inspire, and challenge. Thank you for your time and consideration while you consider the impact of this policy.
Anyone else? Okay, Stephanie. I believe so. No, superintendent report.
Okay, so a few items just to recognize our district. I just want to provide you with some information from the high school, and I just want to note some of the work that Mr. Sweetman, one of our science teachers at the high school, will be doing and participating in. He has been accepted as a Rhode Island teacher at sea, and he will be participating in that program. Mr. Sweetman, he has participated in that program. Mr. Sweetman spent 3 days aboard URI's research vessel Endeavour. He was part of the scientific crew and gained hands-on experience in oceanographic research at sea. And throughout his participation, Mr. Sweetman will now bring this experience and ocean science topics back into the classroom to his students. So I want to thank Mr. Sweetman for participating in that program. I've had previous experience when I was in Jamestown with one of our science teachers doing that there, and it really kind of provided additional opportunities, opened the eyes and learning for our students. So I know Mr. Sweetman as a teacher and what he will do, and really promote the sciences with his students. So I want to thank him for participating in that. Also at the high school, one of our students won first place with Art 2 in the Art 2 class. Mrs. Strain, who is the teacher of that class, had submitted artwork of her students, and one of our students, John Coutier, who is a talented artist in the program, won first place in the high school division. So I want to congratulate John as well as Mrs. Strain for her dedication in supporting her students. Earlier tonight, we had the presentation from our students at the high school who are participating in our NKHS Unified team and all of the work that they are doing. We had a lot that we said earlier, so I'm going to skip through everything that I had prepared here. I just want to thank them again for participating tonight. And then one other piece of great news. Our high school has once again been recognized as a distinguished school by Project Lead the Way. So I want to thank our engineering, computer science programs at the high schools and the staff and the students for what they offer to our school. It's the third consecutive year that our high school has received this designation. So thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Any questions regarding the superintendent report? Okay, here now we'll move on to the next item. Can I get a motion to seal the executive session minutes, and I will disclose that there were no votes taken in this evening's executive session.
So moved.
Second. Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then Rob?
Can I make a motion to move B under unfinished business FY26 budget approval up, to the next thing on the agenda, please?
Okay, do you have a second? Okay, this is at Dr. Dubas' request because a lot of the items in the consent agenda are connected to where we approve the budget. Okay, any other discussion? All in favor of moving the item, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Dr. Dubas?
So prepared for you in the packet is the revised FY26 budget. We know that there were some changes that we had to make to balance that budget, so I want to thank Leslie and Paul, our amazing finance director, for all the work that she did in getting that completed for you. So you have the complete budget as well as all of the enterprise accounts there for you to review and approve as well. So if there are any questions that you have, Leslie is here to answer that and to review or go over that for you.
Okay, thank you, and thank you to Leslie Ann. Questions from the committee?
I just did have a quick question, and I'm trying to find it here. I have it printed out, but
Oh wait, I'm sorry. Do we need a motion? Did we get a motion to do this discussion
No, we
item?
just had a motion.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that's my fault. Can I get a motion to
I'll make a motion to discuss.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, go ahead, Megan. Sorry.
no, that's okay. They're just a housekeeping thing there, and I'm trying to find it here. Sorry. I believe under the curriculum budget, it says enterprise fund curriculum.
That was a typo.
Oh,
that
okay.
was, and I apologize. I don't do the ledge file, so I don't know. It's not tied at all. There is no enterprise curriculum account. It has been, I believe, it's been corrected and it's been updated.
Okay.
Oh, it's not updated. I'm going to defer to because I don't do that file.
That's not
clarify,
this agenda. That's not this agenda item.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
No,
thought-
no, it's not.
Yeah.
Okay, I apologize.
Valid point. But
But it is.
We're just under the item D, which was the FY 26 budget.
Okay, I apologize.
No worries. Other questions for Leslie Ann?
I had two questions. The first one is, in the memo that is accompanying this, it says that the removal of the operation and staffing expenses put forward by the Budget and Finance Committee, only the items that were further recommended by the school committee equals $116,562. The ones that I thought we had identified were furniture and fixtures, catering for food, central admin, professional fees and dues, tree service, web coordinator stipend, curriculum coordinator stipend, student services, part-time clerk, and the preschool part-time clerk to PT. And those come up to 109, so I couldn't find the difference.
So the difference is we put the tree service back in because after that conversation, we wanted to make sure that we.
Did make you scared about trees?
You did make me scared about trees.
Okay.
So the tree service is back in, and then the remaining difference is when I did the actuals for the two part-time, the amounts. So that was an approximate of what the two part-time positions should be. The amount that you have here is the actual. So with those true positions and everything that comes with it, that difference is the dollar amount.
And adjustment, okay.
Correct.
And so just to clarify, the student services clerk position is gone, and the preschool clerk still exists and it's just reduced to part-time?
So the preschool clerk, I guess it's not really a preschool clerk. So there is a second clerk that was at that school that you don't need a full-time clerk now because the preschool is moving.
Okay.
So that position is going to a part-time clerk, which is what most of the schools have, is they have a full-time and a part-time clerk.
Okay. And then Dr. Schweitzer touched on it, and we've received a couple emails today regarding resources for Hamilton, which has not been part of this budget conversation, but I did just want to address it here. And just in terms of Dr. Duba, if there's anything outside of budget considerations that can be done to provide support there, since there is nothing being done change-wise for the upcoming school year that's going to dramatically affect the population there.
Yeah, we can look at and consider that to see if there's something we can do, but again, like I said, it would have to be something that would not impact the budget.
Yep. I just wanted to put that out there.
Other questions regarding the proposal?
I appreciate you going through this again, Leslie, for the 19th billionth time.
That's what I'm here for.
So do we want to talk about the enterprise first and then go back and vote? What would the committee's preference be?
I think we should take them separately, maybe, or you want to talk about them both and then vote on
I
them
defer to
separately?
Leslie and Ken maybe on what your preference would be. Do you want us to go through and do the budget first?
Yes, I would do that first.
Do that first? Okay. Just trying to see, can you remind me how we have to do the motions on this? Do we just, can we move to, we had already approved the budget. We are now approving the proposed amended changes. Do I need to go revenue, expenses, or can I do just the amended?
I think you can go just the amendment.
You sure? We could do it the other way if you would prefer.
Good question. Amended is fine.
Okay. Well, yeah, we'll say that. Yeah, we'll do it like that perhaps. So if I could get a motion, please?
I will make a motion to adjust the fiscal year 26 budget as outlined in the memo from the Director of Finance dated May 30th.
Second.
Okay. Does someone want to state it, just maybe for the record?
To amend the budget to equal both revenue and expenses, $83,626,515.
Okay, further discussion? Sure you don't want that in the motion?
I think that's fine.
Perfect. I just want to make sure we're good. Alright, hearing no other discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Motion carries. So then we'll move on to the next item, which is B2, the enterprise accounts. Any questions there?
So can we just get some clarification for the question that was raised about the sports camp, please?
Sure. So the way the enterprise accounts are set up is that the revenue is just projected revenue, just like it would be for anything else, and that's based on prior years. And Dr. Duva, I don't know if you want to speak to this. To my knowledge, sports camp should be going just as it has any other year. So if it's not, that's kind of outside my purview.
I have
But
not received any new information from Mr. Tober that there are no sports camps. I know with the last time that we had spoke, the person that is typically the director was working on that, was trying to see if there was anyone that wanted to provide any camps. I know the football camp, that one is being done differently this year by the football coach. That was already put out months ago of how they were doing something through the separate football booster club. And I have not received any other information that any other camp is either going to be done differently or not having any camps for this year. So that has not been reported to me.
so I based my revenue based on prior years as if everything were status quo. So
But
that's
it sounds like you're saying you're not sure if there are camps or if there aren't.
I last that I had spoke to Mr. Tober, the camp director, sports camp director, was working with the coaches to see if any of them were willing to work this summer to run a camp and to be able to put that forward. I know for a fact the football camp is being differently, and we will not have a summer football camp through our sports program. They meaning the football coach and the booster club, the separate, not the North Kingstown Athletic Booster Club, but the football booster club, which is separate, decided to run a program on their own for the summer.
So if they use our facilities, et cetera, they'll be paying just like an external vendor would?
They would have to, because they are not. These are actually been working with them, so they made sure that I met with the coach, that all of that was being taken care of, and also that the funds that they'd be receiving were going directly to the football booster club.
Do we know how much money that used to make us in revenue based on, like, if you
I can look.
like that, and then it should be like this?
I can see if I can break it out. I don't have that. Everything kind of comes in a lump sum information to me, but I'm sure I can break it out if I look through to see like what the individual coaching stipends were for that particular sport. It might take me some time, but I can get it.
But it is an enterprise fund, so it's all self-sustaining. So if it
Correct.
doesn't run, it doesn't impact anything.
Correct.
Revenue less expenses.
Yeah.
Correct. So obviously, if it doesn't happen this summer, then there's no revenue coming in, but there's no expenses going out. So.
And usually too, do the coaches pick what time they want? They're the ones who kind of initiate when they could or could not do it. But
It is unusual though that it's June 3rd and there is nothing.
Yeah, we got to make sure we're staying on the budget part.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
If we'd like to put that on for a future.
Well, I don't think that's
agenda,
anything within our scope as a school committee. So just maybe Ken, if you could circle back on that.
Okay, any other questions regarding the enterprise accounts? And I believe we are looking for an approval on this, just to cross our T's and dot our I's.
Yes.
Yes.
So I'll make a motion to approve the enterprise accounts as noted in the attachment.
Second.
discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then we were gonna move another
Yep,
item.
I'd like to make a motion that we move E under new business, review of potential legal action by district attorney vendor submission providing stage 2, up to the next item on the agenda, please.
There's friends, though, there's two.
Oh.
Yeah, along with
With,
A2.
oh, yes.
A2 and B1.
A1 and 2 under unfinished business as well, so capital improvement / 2024 bond project.
Alright, so the motion is to move A, 1, and 2, and E to be the next items.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? This was at a request of citizens. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay. Dr. Duca?
Which one are we doing first?
A.
Alphabetical? Yeah. A1, 2, and then we can do E. Under unfinished, the capital improvement. Cost proposal for DBVW.
Let me just find that here. Stephanie, I don't have that printed place in front of me, right? That's not in the binder? Not in my binder, but I'm saying in front of me. Right?
You said you had it.
Yeah, I have the letter. Okay. Sorry, there's a lot in front of me. Okay. So I'm just gonna read the memo that you have. I'm just gonna read that out. So, after a comprehensive review of qualifications and a submitted cost proposal in response to the RFQ NKSD 2025-17 for architectural engineering services, the administration recommends that the school committee approve the cost proposal submitted by DBVW Architects for architectural and engineering services related to our district's capital improvement projects. The selected firm, DBVW, was determined to be the most qualified based on the evaluation criteria established in the procurement process, which included experiences with K-12 school projects, proposed team qualifications, and project approach. The total proposed cost is $4,010,375, which is within the project budget as approved by the school committee. This cost includes all design, engineering, and related professional services necessary from stage 3 through completion of the projects. The administration believes that DBVW brings the experience, resources, and collaborative approach necessary to ensure a successful outcome for this project. In addition, our new owner's project manager, Peregrine, reviewed the cost proposal to determine that DBVW's cost is on the lower end of the industry standard. I also confirmed with the Rhode Island Department of Education that the cost is within industry standard. These fees will be funded through the 2024 school bond. It is my recommendation for you to vote to approve the cost proposal submitted by DBVW Architects in the amount of $4,010,375 for architectural and engineering services related to the district's capital improvement projects.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the committee?
And I just, if you don't mind, what you have in your packet is the cost proposal. I know it's a large packet that you received, but most of what's there is the documentation and backup of the vendors that they'll be using. Our next step will be to work with Peregrine as our OPM, along with our attorney, to draft up an AIA contract with DBVW that will be presented, hopefully presented to you at the June 17th meeting. And I use the word, we're just going to take some time for them to put that contract together, and there's a lot of back and forth with the lawyers to have that be complete.
Can you clarify, Ken, on page 5, there's a line.
The cost proposal?
Yeah.
Yes.
I got it. It looks like that one. So on that one, it says ride support in the amount of $24,330. Can you clarify what that's for?
Yep, that's them supporting us with RIDE, going to meetings at RIDE and any interactions, not just meetings here with us, but going to the Department of Education and working with the school building authority.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the committee?
Yeah, you said something about that the contract may, or the AA may not be ready by.
Well, we will. I'm just saying hopefully, just because it's something that we need to put together, and I know there'll be a lot of back and forth with attorney reviewing it and getting that done. So we should have it for the June 17th meeting.
Well, because I was going to ask if logistically, if it's something that we need to approve, right? That we need to vote on and discuss. That's our last meeting.
We would have to then schedule a special meeting.
Okay. That's kind of what I was getting at.
But I will say, in talking, especially with our new OPM, I mean, we'll get started on that, but we want to make sure that it's complete and it's going to, provide us what we need and everything that's in there before it comes to you.
And we have to time this with the town council as well, because they have to approve this too.
They have to approve the cost
Money.
proposal, and the cost proposals go into them on June 9th, so they know once, depending what happened tonight, I have everything ready to go, letter, whatnot, that I will adapt, depending if you approve or not approve, and get that to them in the morning. Actually, do an email tonight. This is approved.
Okay, any other questions? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
Make a motion that we approve the cost proposal for BBBW.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. And moving on to item 2.
So this is the update from the RIDE meeting that we had on May 21st. I did I drafted a statement, obviously that reviewed by our attorney just because of the situation that we are in with some of the documents that are in question by one of our vendors. I provided what information I can provide right now to the public regarding that. I will, what I'll share, we did get feedback today because I did ask for feedback from RIDE in writing, so that way we would know exactly what we need to work on as far as moving forward. And if it's okay, I'll just, I shared that with others. If it's okay, I'll read that. Just that way everyone understands what they said.
Sure.
So this was submitted to us today from, received this earlier today from RIDE. Dr. Duva, attached here too, please find the documentation provided by the RIDE School Building Authority, professional consultant Woolpert regarding the May 7, 2025 North Kingstown Stage 2 cost estimate. Findings in this document form the basis for granting your district additional time to refine and resubmit a complete Stage 2 application by September 15, 2025. In addition to identifying that the cost estimates appear to have been edited without the knowledge or approval of the third-party cost estimator, Woolpert cites multiple other discrepancies. Many of the costs listed do not align with the schematic design documentation submitted, highlighting the need for more comprehensive and coordinated schematic design documents for the capital improvement project's scopes of work. This presents a great opportunity for North Kingstown to work with a new architect to provide this documentation and obtain approval on all of the CIP projects. On a positive note, the School Building Authority was encouraged to see that within 3 weeks from receiving our review comments, the Wickford Middle School design team was able to find approximately $8 million in savings. We hope that the team utilizes the additional time to further refine the Wickford Middle School design to find even more savings, thus further increasing the reimbursable eligibility and lessening the burden to North Kingstown taxpayers. It is our understanding that the district is in the process of onboarding new consultants that can assist with the September Stage 2 resubmission. The School Building Authority strongly encourages the district and its consultant team to engage collaboratively with the SBA staff throughout this process. Close coordination will be essential to ensure that the September application is fully complete, addresses all prior concerns, and is ready for approval by the Council of Elementary and Secondary Education in December. Thorough and well-aligned submission will help maximize North Kingstown's eligible reimbursement. As always, thank you for your commitment to our Rhode Island learners and your community. We look forward to assisting North Kingstown in its continued efforts to provide the best possible learning environment for its students, teachers, and staff. So I appreciate receiving this information from RIDE because it does clarify for us as far as the documentation that we need to be working on for the CIP to resubmit to them in September. I just want the committee know, I have been back and forth with SBA since that May meeting, just collaborating with them and asking questions and just making sure that we are on board with them. We did have a pre-meeting with our new OPM, just to kind of talk through a plan. Some of the, Megan and Rob, you were there, as well as Rob and Chris for that meeting. So we are very positive moving forward with our new consultants. We know that Town Council has final approval. That would be at the June 9th meeting for the new consultants, but working with them and making sure that we are meeting with RIDE frequently throughout the summer. They've offered, if it has to be weekly, we will be taking them up on that and doing everything we need to do to have that complete submission with our new vendors.
Thank you, Ken. Just to clarify on this letter, within the comments about our stage 2 getting denied, does granting your district additional time to refine and resubmit, does it sound like denial? It sounds like extension?
I wouldn't say it was it wasn't denied because they wanted to provide us more time based on the circumstances that we were in, and giving us that time to be able to refine the submission, as well also within the months we have to look at even more savings that we could be able to submit regarding the middle school, and making sure that we get full reimbursement on the capital improvement projects, because those cost estimates need to be relooked at.
And there was reconfirmation that we are still eligible for all applicable reimbursements.
Yes, we are. I had that confirmed, and also confirmed that the work that we are doing this summer for the resubmission, once approved by RIDE, is also all will be reimbursed because it, we had also confirmed that for the bond, issue of the bond, and I have that in writing as well.
Any other questions?
Yeah, will all of the feedback provided from RIDE from November, February, and then May be provided to our new vendors?
Yes.
So they will have access to all of that to see what has been amended, adjusted, edited?
Yeah, we will make sure they have all of that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions on the RIDE
Also,
meeting for stage 2?
if you don't mind, just add, they're looking for a full file transfer as well, and that was brought to me, so that's something we got to coordinate with them with getting them everything that we do have.
Okay. Anything else regarding the meeting?
No.
Okay, committee? Okay, and then so we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is E. So on this one, I'm turned over to the district attorney.
Yeah, so at this point, as discussed prior, I would...
Oh, sorry, I need a motion. Hold on.
I will
Motion
make a
discussed.
motion to pass.
Yeah, my advice would be to table this matter.
If you table, though, there's no discussion.
Well, I can give you just legal advice prior to the discussion would be...
Okay.
I would strongly suggest, given the nature of where things are headed, that we have no further comment on this other than what Dr. Duva has said publicly in the letter that's just been read.
Okay. Okay, can I get a motion to table in?
I will make a motion to table.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then we'll go back up to item consent agenda. Before we vote or take a motion for the consent agenda, would anyone like to remove anything from the consent agenda? Rob, get a piece of paper.
I would like to move.
Hold up. Okay, go ahead.
D1 and D2.
Okay, D1 and D2. Any others?
And Leslie, they did fix the one that Megan brought up. Yes, so just D1 and D2.
Okay. D7, please. Okay. Any others? Okay, hearing none, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda with D1, 2, and 7 taken out?
So moved.
Second. Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then we'll go back to D1. Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to discuss.
Second. Okay.
So there were a couple of different software packages.
So since we have 2 folks out, should we take a quick recess?
Sure.
Just like when one's out, it's fine, but then 2 gets, I figured we'll just take a 5-minute recess.
Make a motion to recess.
Second. Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Yeah. from the recess, and we were on item D1. Stephanie, can you remind me if we had a motion on D1?
Discuss.
All right, so we were in a motion. We were to recess it back.
Okay, so I just had a question on two of the items that were pertained in here. And Chev, I don't think there's so much for you exactly, but maybe Rob. The Smart Pass is in here, and I know this was something that we had asked to have like an update on after its initial implementation, and I just am hesitant to renew it without having gotten that update.
The update on Smart Pass?
Yes.
I thought we didn't provide that?
Yeah.
I thought we did.
I thought we provided that. I thought we discussed that previously.
There was one update, and then there was supposed to be another one after that initial update.
Okay. I mean, I don't recall that, Jen. Not saying it's wrong, but
Can you provide Jen maybe some context on what information you would like to see before?
Let me go back to my notes. There was some additional feedback that was going to be, like, we've heard some issues regarding, like, the length of time, and I know that the length of time was tweaked, but just in terms of inability to select certain bathrooms, inability where students are, checking out pass for one restroom and using another one, so then they're getting backed up. There were just some like logistical complaints. Just want to make sure those things are being
Concerns from students.
Concerns from students. They're
okay.
resolvable.
Is there something that you would like us to provide in terms of just an update?
Let me go back to my notes from that meeting and pull out specifically what I asked for then.
We can review that and review that with the administration as well. Because I know, just in reference some of what you're mentioning, we did talk when we go back to the administration. We can talk about. So I remember that. From
Maybe the
Muncie,
loop just didn't close back a
Yep.
while ago.
Yeah.
And we can provide an email.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
To all of you so you have that.
Okay.
And then put this on the 17th.
You're okay with rolling it, Ken?
Yep. Any other
No,
questions?
I mean, honestly, we're just trying to get ahead with all of these items right now, so it just would have to be approved at the 17th.
Might.
Right, that's not gonna create a problem with the date just for.
No.
I'll put it on for the next one, but we do need to, there's multiple ones on this one, right?
Yes, there are multiple ones
Yeah.
combined. Jody was just asking me if she go whether it was like whether it's better to have them separate or combined.
It's absolutely better to have them separate, just for transparency,
Yeah.
so can we make a note of that, Ken, just for, like, not having agenda items like software and service renewals, like, because there's a couple different ones in there. In the future.
And then the other one that I had a question on in here, Chester, was Aspen. I know in the course of a couple conversations, like in the discipline committee, when we were talking about like tracking things, people were pretty much like, Aspen you can do two things with, and that's it. Like we can't integrate it with other systems, right? And I hear everybody talk about branching minds and how great that is, right? And how they hope to use that. So I guess my question is, for $56,000, like, what are we using the software for, and can it be, are there other things out there, like, just kind of, it's a lot of money, I just want to know, having heard people say you can't do much with it, like, what are we using it for?
Sure. There's a couple parts to that. So
Okay, do you want to introduce yourself, Chaz?
Oh, by the way, yeah. Hello. I'm Chaz, the IT supervisor here.
Thank
you. It not being able to do a couple things, unfortunately, all of the student information systems, the SISs, all, if you ask any district who uses theirs, they hate theirs equally as much as everybody who uses theirs. So I just want to be, it's kind of like an LMS, like everyone loves it or hates it. It depends.
Whoever comes up with a good one will be very rich, that sort of thing.
Right. In terms of the limitations of uses, some of it we've addressed and solved. Branching minds is a good point there. That's pretty good at this point. So I can definitely keep an ear out for some more feedback. Migrating from one SIS to another is a very large thing to do. So I wouldn't want to do that lightly.
Yep.
But for sure, I mean, it's something I can more evaluate over across this year for sure.
And this is a one-year contract? Or
Yeah, these are every year.
This
Yeah,
is
it's just
all
a regular
one-year
renewal
contract.
once a year.
Okay.
Yep. The only one I think that was on there that is a multi is the Google one, but that's like the last year of a 3-year.
Okay.
And Jen, your question was for Aspen, right? I'm just
No,
My
it was for Smart Pass.
First one was Smart Pass.
Smart Pass, and then
This one is Aspen.
Aspen.
Yeah.
Okay, and I know you said that like the cost, looking at that cost as well. I think it's just important to know that Aspen has a student information system, right? So that is all of our student information data for all of the students in our district, as well as all of our special education database as well. So that covers all of the documents that our special education staff have to keep track of, as well as IEP writing and the IEPs. So it's more than just like student information. It also has a huge component for special education, our special education department, and data and paperwork, IEPs, the entire process. It keeps all the workflows, so it keeps us in compliance as well.
Okay.
Can I add electronic file folder, if you will.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I can even add 2 for parents. You go in, you can see what your kids' grades are, especially.
Oh,
when
I
they're
know.
in
Like,
yeah, so it's.
I use this. I've been hearing it from like the administrative end. Like I've heard like there's a lot of limitations from that end.
Oh, all right. Because I was gonna say, I think it's.
No, I've used it as a parent. Like I know like from that end, but like you can't like I've heard it's not a good system for keeping track of disciplinary issues. I've heard it's not a good system for keeping track of.
I mean, I think as far as keeping track of discipline, I mean, we keep our conduct reports in there, discipline data, it keeps all our attendance data. I think, like Chaz has said, I mean, everyone's going to have what they want to say about every program and SIS system that's out there. I also know over time we've learned more and more of how we can use Aspen and working with the program itself.
And if there's nothing else
So-
out there, that's great. But like I said, for $50,000, I just wanted to put it out there as a topic of conversation.
Okay, any other questions or comments on this agenda item? Okay, hearing none, we'll can I take a motion to approve D1?
No, because of the Smart Pass.
Just kidding. Can I get a motion to approve D1 with the Smart Pass pulled out?
I think you can probably do that.
Can we do that?
Yep.
Okay. I'll make.
That's going to encompass the other service renewals. And
Yeah,
software.
everything but that.
But for it,
Yep.
yeah.
Except
Yep.
with okay.
I'll make that motion. Make a motion to approve D1 less the Smart Pass.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion?
No. Nope.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Moving on to D2.
D2 is just a summary of.
I need a motion.
To discuss.
Second. Sorry,
Okay. D2 is just a summary of D3 through 9, so it's not anything that we need to do anything with.
All right. Can I get a motion to table D2?
I will make a motion to table D2.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. And then D7. Can I get a motion, please?
Motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay.
Well, Jen, you just said D2 is right from, what did you just say?
A recap of
Yeah.
all.
Yeah, it wasn't like a.
Right. No, I just wanted to point out that frontline is what is like basically for my own purposes. With that, I would have to because it's frontline is part of the system that is also used for absence management, I believe.
Yeah, there's multiple. So
Right.
Frontline has multiple purposes. It has the absent management for our staff. It also coordinates with ESS for substitute coverage.
So you're gonna
and
I just wanted to
it
clarify
has
that that's
Yeah, I got
it has
you.
evaluation.
Yeah.
Devaluation program is in there as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So do you want to? You're just not. You're
Yeah,
just
yeah, exactly.
Any other discussion on frontline? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And then one abstain.
Yep.
Okay.
So do we have we just had a motion to discuss, do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to
Never mind.
approve.
Ignore everything that just happened. Erase. Use that face eraser. Yeah, you got it, Stephanie? Okay, so we have motion.
A motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then abstain.
One abstention, thank you.
And I will make a motion to approve D3, 4, 5, 6.
You've already done
No, we
it.
already did that.
We already did that?
It
Okay.
is in consent.
Oh, that's right, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, see,
Everything
we're all
else is
set,
done.
okay.
Okay, moving on to item E. Can I get a motion? Oh, that was
No.
there too. Never mind. Ignore.
Special
That
report.
was, yeah.
Yep. Special reports.
5A.
Can I get Dr. Duber?
Yep, the website and block report is there. We have to provide that to you annually, so if there are any questions regarding what websites that were blocked and requested to be unblocked.
Okay, any questions regarding the report that we received? Thank you. Okay. We don't need to, there's no action needed there, correct?
No.
No, I think it was just to read. Great. Okay. Moving on to financial report. Any questions or comments from the administration on that one? No. Hearing none, we'll move on.
Trish, you're all set.
Bye, Trish.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for providing the report.
Thank you.
Okay, and then the advisory subcommittee reports. DEI?
The DEI Advisory Committee last met on May 21st. We gave an update on the fiscal year 2026 budget and advised that the school committee would be voting on adjustments at its next meeting. Sally Davidson gave an update on the rollout of the equity vision statement within the internal school community. An art contest has been announced and a video messaging is in process, among other things. The committee was informed that the school committee approved the survey recommendation and it had actually been emailed out to families and students earlier that day. Continued discussions took place around a potential review/audit of the district's accessibility, and a motion was made for a recommendation to the school committee, which is on our agenda for this evening. Our next meeting is scheduled for June 18th at 5:30, and we'll be discussing our goals for the next school year.
Okay, thank you. And any questions regarding that report? Okay, and unfortunately I was not able to attend the CLEC meeting due to a conflict, and so I also was not able to get the notes from the chair of that committee, so I will follow up and get those for the next meeting, so I'll roll that one over. Apologies on that. Okay, moving on to unfinished business. Can I get a motion for C?
Can I make a motion to move up policies by any chance? First, a specific policy?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, should I do the whole
So we have two.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to move up policies. Policy, the grading policy, number 2.
Okay, so
E2.
E2.
Second.
Good.
Okay. Are we voting on that or no?
Oh, yep, sorry. So we have a motion to move the items up. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to discuss the IKA grading policy.
Second.
Okay, so this is the second read of a revision to an existing policy that's being modified to combine our high school and middle grading policies. As was mentioned at our last meeting, this draft was moved forward from the Policy Advisory Committee with the understanding that it was likely to be edited prior to being voted on. Since our last meeting, administration has held voluntary meetings with both the high school and the middle school faculty to seek additional feedback, and a revised draft based on those discussions is attached to this agenda. We've heard from teachers both via email and in person tonight that while they appreciate the dialogue, they still have concerns about the policy. Before I go into that, Rob, is there anything that you want to say?
Sure, I just want to say I want to thank the teachers for their feedback and for their participation and engagement with this process. I understand it's a challenging change, and it is an adjustment, and I'm very understanding of that. I think that to me, dialogue is good, and the dialogue that we had back and forth, I think, was very, very helpful and valuable, as you can see from the changes that were made as a result of that feedback. Again, I understand, as Dr. Duva said in the past, that changes are hard. We want to work through those changes. I want to note the fact that our grading policy was last amended substantially back in 2011, and so it was fairly dated when it comes to reflecting best practices with regards to grading. I know part of the grading committee's work that we spent a year on as a group, we was looking at more recently updated policies, and many of the changes that we implemented into this policy reflected those changes that were incorporated into more recently updated policies, including the reassessment piece, which is, if done effectively, is consistent with best practice in research in regards to teaching and learning. That said, it is obviously an adjustment, it's a change, and our goal is to make sure that we work together with our stakeholders, especially our teachers, to make sure that these changes are implemented effectively and that it is an ongoing dialogue and communication to make sure that they have the support that they need and our students also have the support that they need to demonstrate the skills, the high standards that we have set for them and that we will continue to set for them so that they can be successful in college and career. And I do believe that there's always going to be challenges with regard to these types of practices to cover many different subject areas and grade levels and different students and different learning styles and whatnot. But I do believe that the language here is consistent with best practice, and I do believe that we can implement it effectively and it can lead to an ever improving academic performance of our students.
Thank you. Stephanie, what I was trying to say was, did we make a motion to actually discuss this one, or did we just move it? Yeah.
We moved it, and then I flipped my page to the policy.
Yeah, no worries. Can I get a motion to discuss this item?
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Got that, Stephanie?
Yes. Okay. So thank you.
And then we'll just pretend what Rob just said happened.
For that.
No.
Say it all again.
What I just said. No.
What I just said again.
Thank you. Sorry.
So it feels like that there is what I'm hearing consistently is that there's some conversation around the retake portion of it, and that there is not, even putting aside whether people agree or disagree over whether it should be in there, that if it is, that there needs to be clear guidance, and that there's a feeling that is not outlined in this policy, that it's not clear. There seems to be some concern that the unlimited retakes, who can take retakes, and so I don't know whether the language needs to be tightened up to specify like one retake and things like that. And there's some concerns from teachers around the timing of it and when it takes place, and those are some consistent concerns that we've been hearing from teachers. And so I don't know if the intent is not translating to the actual words in the policy. But I have some concerns with that. I raised the concern when we initially talked about this. I had concerns about the 70 passing grade at the high school. I have more concerns now that grade has been brought up at the middle school. I don't think raising the failing grade at the middle school, in my mind, was where it should go. One of the emails that we got from somebody, I think, really summed it up perfectly. What they said was that, I don't want North Kingstown to lose sight of the difference between high quality instruction and grading. Students receiving high quality instruction can and may earn Ds, and this doesn't make our district any less respected or ranked. And I think that is something to keep in mind. Like, grading is not the same thing as learning. And I really feel like that 70 is negatively impacting a large, a portion of our population. And I don't know, where the intent of this policy when we put it forward was to not standardize it so much between math and English and social studies, but so that there were parameters so that a student would have the same expectation of being able to retake a class, or being able to turn in missed work when they were absent. Not that the expectation would be the same, that things would be graded consistently across all classes in the curriculum. And I don't feel like that translated to what this policy is.
Okay. You mind if I respond?
Yeah.
Okay. So to your first point about the passing grade, I think your concerns were shared by many. We had a lot of spirited discussion within our committee around this, and there was disagreement among some people around whether 65 should be passing or 70 should be passing. One of the things that I think we almost uniformly agreed on is the fact that we should have consistency from building to building, because it would be we have heard feedback that there was some negative repercussions of students at the middle school being used to a certain number, being a passing grade, and then going to the high school, all of a sudden the number is higher. Again, I think when it comes to that, I understand there's definitely strong arguments on both sides. I would probably skew more towards having the grades be consistent. I can understand the arguments around the 65. I can understand the arguments around the 70. To me, it's important that I think your point about the learning and the grading is right on. And that's really, really
At
important.
some point, it was one of our teachers.
Then they're right on. They're right on. I couldn't agree more. Grading and
good job
learning.
citing, Joe.
Yep.
Yeah.
Grading and learning is absolutely, sometimes we want to try to align them as much as possible, but sometimes they do kind of come at the crosshairs of each other, and that makes it difficult. As far as teacher feedback, in terms of just generally what I heard is that the 70 versus the 65 was fairly evenly split. Again, that's not scientific. But it was a fairly evenly split between the two of them. I do think that if you were to ask the middle schools, they probably would say that the 65 is preferable to the 70. We tried to make it consistent, but it's certainly something we can go back and reconsider.
What about the retakes? Do you feel that there are not clear parameters in the policy that define that, you know, you could, because I don't think the intent is to allow multiple retakes.
Mm-hmm.
Like my understanding was that it would be like you could retake it once up to a passing grade.
So this is another good illustration of the grading versus learning piece. So the idea behind our assessments are that they are measuring the essential skills that we want students to demonstrate. So the idea behind a retake is to say, you know, you didn't meet the expectations this time. This learning is really important. It's essential, really, for you to be successful both in high school and then beyond. And so the idea, the message that we're trying to send is that this learning is something that we want to hold you accountable for because it's essential. And that's where the retake comes into play. And the retake can take a lot of different forms. It doesn't have to be a whole new test. In fact, I would recommend in most cases that it isn't a whole new test. It could be a procedure where a student simply revises work that they already completed. It could be a procedure where students go back and maybe use their notes to correct their mistakes that they made. It can be something along those lines. The idea is that we're saying to the student, this is really essential learning and you didn't quite meet the expectation that we had, so we want to support you in getting there. Mm-hmm. The grading piece to that is to say, again, and that can be dependent on different factors, but the grading piece of that is to acknowledge that there's incentive for students to do that, right? So they have the ability to reach that grade. I understand from a logistical standpoint, the multiple times is not ideal. I don't think it should be multiple times. I don't think it should be something that is that much of a drag on people's time. And I think if done effectively, that's really not going to happen in most cases. But the idea behind it, the purpose behind it is to say, this learning is really essential for you, and we know that like you haven't shown us that you've done it yet, so we want to give you that opportunity to show it again.
Could we, if we decide to keep the retake part in, can we clarify that it is not more than once?
Yeah.
I heard that as a big concern, and I think the intent was not to just let a student retake an assessment 4 times until they get a 70. I think it's to give them that extra opportunity for learning. So, I'm not saying good or bad, but like that is definitely something that's not clear in here.
Understood.
We do keep that part.
Yep.
Are there comments from the committee?
I just have one other question on the passing grades. How come like an F is 0 to 69? Like wouldn't there be a D, 65 to 69, and then F? Or
yeah, so that's kind of just what we talked
curious,
about.
Like,
It's really a district choice, and that's just kind of what Jen just brought up there. You know, is it something that we could consider a D being a 65 to 69? Yes, we could.
Okay.
Some
both I
districts
know
do,
are
some
not
districts
passing.
don't. I think that most districts do have it. I think some districts I've worked in, our high school has had 70 as passing. It really isn't. It really is just up to.
Okay. I did like that you changed it to the A+, A minus.
That was some feedback I received from a teacher too.
Yeah. So just to have.
Other questions or comments? Yeah. Are we going back for a third read on this?
Yeah, I don't think we're ready to pass
Okay.
this tonight.
Yeah, the
All right.
intent was always to try to get 3.
I wasn't sure if it was definitive, but okay, good.
I mean, the committee could decide. Any member of the committee could call it to question, and we could vote. But I think with talking to Dr. Duva and Mr. Mazzanelli, like the goal was to get it up to the school committee level, and then to try to get it 3 times before the end of the meetings.
Yeah. I mean, I think the only thing I would suggest is before the next meeting to not have it be updated that day of the meeting, just because I felt like, you know.
In Rob's defense, he had updated it prior. It just didn't get attached.
Okay. Yeah, just because I was thinking like the teachers who were teaching at school, they probably didn't even get a chance to look at it.
Yep. So our next meeting is on the 17th. Would it be something where we could get a revised version, like at least like so that the public could review it like by that Wednesday or Thursday.
Absolutely.
Like, because I want to give to Sherry's point, at the school year, I want to make sure that folks have a chance to review it and give additional comments. And so I know that legally we have to get it up by that Friday, but if we could try to get it as soon as turnaround and out, that would be helpful.
100%. And I again, just to reiterate, hearing from you all here around the passing grade piece, the more than one retake piece, and then I took notes of some of the commentary our teachers had this evening in their citizens' comments.
The other piece.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Sorry. That I wanted to bring up that I don't think was touched on tonight was a parent had raised a point about the plagiarism and about the difference between intentionally copying work and being new to the mechanics of footnoting and still making mistakes and really deliberately cheating, and that the repercussions for the two should not be the same. And I know that there is some language in there that vaguely allows for administrator discretion there, but maybe to kind of delineate that a little bit better, because somebody who forgot to put a footnote in 9th grade because they're learning how to do it shouldn't be scarred for life.
It's not the same as intentional.
Yes,
yeah. Absolutely. There is discretion that's built in. This is actually language that was, with the exception of the mention of artificial intelligence, this was language that was consistent with prior policy language around academic integrity. So yeah, my expectation, and we can look at this again, would be exactly what you said. There's discretion that we can apply, because not every situation is obviously the same.
Yes. Yep.
I just had a couple, Rob. So first, thank you so much for working on this, taking the time to meet with the teachers, and being very clear about what changed. That was very helpful in the way that you presented it, so I appreciate that so much. Just a couple quick comments. One, on page, I don't know, you'll find it. It's the part, on page, I can't see the committee notes. It's packet 424. It's the family vacation part. Yep. It references another policy. Before we see it to officially vote, I think that we've been trying not to take exact language, but just reference to that policy and where it is, so that if it changes, future committees are not going to remember to come back and change that one paragraph if they change another one. And so just referencing that piece in the other policy, that's just a logistics part.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I thought of that a little bit. I know some of the feedback we got was to emphasize that piece as the non. But
it's definitely important, but I don't want them to change that and then have this be wrong and so on. So just figure out a way to
reference
that.
it.
I think for me, when thinking about why are we doing this, going to some of the teachers' questions, I think for me it was definitely that consistency piece, in trying to make sure to have consistency for our students and also consistency for families and understanding what's going on, and also the teachers, from classroom to classroom. I do have, it's not that I have concerns about what our F is, but I would like to see maybe just some data surrounding that decision. So when I was thinking about failing grades, how many schools is in the state of Rhode Island fall into that same category of a 69 being failing. And then also I was curious on how many students in our district would be affected. So how many students at the middle school or the high school received between a 65 and a 69 on a assignment?
Yeah, I would caution looking at that a little bit, only because I think that when everyone knows that when a certain grade being a passing grade does factor into the grade assignments. So just
if you rubric it right.
No, I understand, but
that's where the bias comes in.
There's going to be but
I'm just curious. Are we talking about 10 students, or are we talking about 300 students? You know, and not that it doesn't matter. Every student is extremely important, but we're talking a lot about that differential, and I'm just curious at the effect that will have if we change it at the middle school.
Understood.
I also think just in that conversation, we do have to understand that some of our students are getting excluded from opportunities, particularly athletics, I believe, and maybe some other extracurricular activities with grades at a higher, because our grade level is higher, they are not being able to participate in things that other students in other districts are. And so I don't know if the committee talked a lot about that, but just wanted to point out that distinction. And then the only other part that I had a question about was the middle school part, the new language. It was changed to may or at the discretion where the high school was not. And I do get concerned about that because that's kind of why we're talking about this in the first place. It's on the part where it talks about work completion for homework in class. Like the high school, they do not have an opportunity, but then at the middle school, they may have an opportunity to make it up. And kind of going with that consistency and teaching children about what our expectations are and what we're doing, that is the opposite. So just wanted to point that out. You don't need to respond to it right now, but just something to consider.
But I would say for middle school, especially having sixth graders, it's a big adjustment. I think by the time you go to high school, you already know what, like middle school has prepared you for what to expect, that you're not going to accidentally miss an assignment or, so I feel like you should keep middle school and high school a little different just because of that.
Any other discussion? Okay, so we'll see round 3. The goal will be to get it out and about with time for people to review it before that meeting. And thank you so much. All right. Did we just move that one or did we move other ones?
No, I just moved that
Okay.
Point of order, it's 9:59.
All right, so can I get a motion to extend?
I will make the motion to extend to 11, hoping that we don't need
Ugh.
it.
Okay, sorry. Please strike the from the minutes. Do we have a second to that?
I'll second.
I think you could have gotten away with 10:30. Let's see.
Well,
if
like
I'm
I
right.
said, if we need it, I'm trying to move quickly through this.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Is that 3 or 4? Okay, thanks.
I say no.
Okay, so 4 yeses and 1 no. Okay, moving on to
So we're back to unfinished business.
C. Okay, can I get a motion?
I make a motion to discuss.
Second.
We have an update on the preschool playground. Does the committee have any questions?
I do, and they are actually in line with some of the comments that we heard as business comments this evening. So this is the playground for the new preschool program at Davisville. And I just want to make sure that it is being built as a inclusive, accessible playground.
And so I listened to what Mrs. LaCresti was speaking of, and it's my understanding that she was part of the group that is meeting on this. If I am wrong, I will.
No,
I think
are
you're
correct.
correct. Yeah.
Correct.
Yes.
I think she said that.
I'm not sitting on this, right? So,
Okay.
so this information was submitted to me, and one thing I'm looking at does not, and I'll make sure the next time, list the people that are involved in this process based on this memo. I'll make sure that's in the next time. And I know she's involved in it, and I know that looking at the equipment that they have in here, there is a adaptive swing, but I am not noticing any other adaptive equipment here. So
That's
I know
my
that is
concern.
something that we'll go back and
Yes.
we'll look at. I know they are considering, all of those pieces. And again, this is just a start, right? What's submitted to you is not it's not finalized. This is just an update to you. We have also reached out to playground companies that are on the master price agreement that have already had approved contracts that we are allowed to select from to be able to decide, can we find a company right now to be able to work with. One company, O'Brien and Sons, came out today, met with Mr. Murphy. I was unable to be there, but met with Mr. Murphy just to look at the area that we have identified where the playground will go. And there are other companies that he will be talking to as well, and then we can from there choose one of those companies to move forward. But this is still in a beginning stages. It is something we need to be working quickly on to move forward to make sure that this is put in this summer. But all of that will be considered, especially what Mrs. LaCresti was talking
Okay,
about.
thank you. I want to make sure we're not sacrificing accessibility for a timeline.
Sure, I completely agree with you.
Okay, good.
Any other
We want to make
questions?
sure that we do this right.
Thank you.
What did you mean that she was part of a group that was meeting on this? Can you clarify that?
Yep, so the best of my knowledge, he had met, so Mr. Murphy, with some of our staff, special education staff that are involved with the preschool, along with Mrs. LaCresti. It's not a formal group, it's just a group of people that they started to have conversations with to look at the design of the playground. Again, very
So
beginning
in what
stages.
capacity is she meeting? She's a parent?
She is a parent, and she's a parent on CLAC, and had volunteered her time and experience to meet with the staff that's looking at the playground.
With all due respect, and I appreciate that, I know there have been many parents who have offered to volunteer their services. Is there some sort of a policy or procedure that we should be following? And I'm just trying to say, because if we start to open it up to parents to come join these meetings, these volunteer meetings, I mean, that could be for any number of reasons. That could be, I know we've had some concerns about the redistricting committee. We had someone speak to it this evening.
Yeah, it's not. So I will say it's not an official committee. It's not like an advisory committee that's been put together by the school committee. It's not an official committee.
But you're meeting with administrators to discuss things that could have financial impact on our district. So I think this is something that we actually need to clear up. And since usually we can only talk about these things in meetings, I think that there either has to be a policy or it just.
We can look and see if there's a policy.
I'll note it.
Yeah, I just don't think that parents. I appreciate everyone wanting, people wanting to contribute. But if we open it up for one parent, then we open it up for any parent to contribute to other groups.
I believe it stemmed from the select meeting being a member of the
No, I know. I'm just saying, can you clarify that going forward until we have some sort of policy on this, we don't continue just inviting parents to meetings?
I will, but I also don't want that to stall the process of getting this preschool put in place. I respect what you're saying, but I don't want.
Okay, I'm just.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're not having to come back to the committee to then create a group or an approved group by the school committee or
It's
another.
not. This is the money is under the school committee's purview, which I believe we already approved, and so.
I don't think I'm making myself clear. I'm just trying to protect us from anyone in the community then saying, well, can I sit in on this meeting and can I sit on this meeting? I mean, somebody could say, valid, can we sit on the building subcommittee administrative meetings because we're the taxpayers paying? I'm just trying to play devil's advocate and say, once we start to open it up to parents, which I greatly appreciate, then let's open it up to parents, but we have to do it, set a precedent.
Sure.
Any other questions about the update on the preschool playground plan? Ken, I just wanted to note one thing. Something that I've noticed in a couple of playgrounds in town, wood chips are very inaccessible for students, and also making sure that there's a path from the school to the playground. I know that sounds really obvious, but at Hamilton, I know there's some challenges there, and so just making sure that not just looking at the playground structure, but also the ground that it's going on and the paths that are getting there. Just a reminder about that. Anything else on the update for the preschool plan? We do not have any action needed today. This was just an update.
Yep.
Okay. Next item. Can I get a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion?
Ken, can you just confirm that this person is a parent of a current North Kingstown School District?
Yeah, sorry, I was taking notes on you.
I can answer because I had it up. It's a kindergarten. He's got a kindergartner at Hamilton.
Yeah, sorry, I just was going back to the agenda. It is, and in looking at, thank you, Stephanie, but also reviewing, we confirmed who, their involvement currently in the school community and being a parent, as well as in this.
Yeah, I saw the
instance,
financial background and all that stuff. Yep.
Background experience coming into it. So.
Yeah, it's just we added this one for it to be a parent / guardian, so I wanted to make sure.
And I will say, of everyone that did apply, they all were parents of current students.
Oh, Jen, that was on his resume. The piece where.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Yeah, he gives a little. I'm sorry, not the resume.
No,
he gave like a little memo. I just read it.
Well, it was a memo that Stephanie took out of the application where
I
he
didn't see a
identified
memo.
himself as
Yeah.
a parent.
Sorry, I was like, I see nothing about parent in here.
Yeah, all I saw was a resume.
That's okay.
I got his long story short, I got his permission for the resume, and it was the end of his workday, so I took back that other piece because I didn't get his permission.
Okay. So in the application, he explains that he is a
In the
parent and
agenda.
where
Okay, I can
child
send it
is.
to you.
Okay, thank you. Any other, I think just to make sure that when we list this on the website, it doesn't just say community member, but it says whatever that designee was that we were looking specifically for. Okay, any other questions regarding this person?
No.
Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of approving the new member to the Budget Advisory Committee, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Okay, moving on to policies. Can I get a motion for the first one?
I make a motion to discuss JLCE. so this is the second read on this annual update for this policy that is submitted by the NKSD School Nurse Coordinator. The minor edits that we had discussed at our last meeting have been made, so at this time I am recommending approval.
Any questions regarding this or discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
I will make a motion to approve IGF curriculum review and
Sorry,
adoption.
just to clarify, did we table officially IKA?
Yes.
I thought we did.
I thought we did.
I don't think you tabled it, I think you just said that you discussed
It's
it.
okay,
Yeah,
we
we
discussed
discussed
it,
it. Yeah,
we're
we
good there.
discussed it.
Alright,
will be
yeah, that's fine, we're good. I just wanna make sure we were good procedurally. Alright, thank you, go ahead, Jen. for the
Okay,
next
I'll
one.
make a motion to approve IGF curriculum review and adoption.
Second.
This is the second read of a revision to an existing policy which covers curriculum review and adoption. The edits we discussed at our last meeting have been made, and at this time I am recommending approval.
Any further discussion on this? Dr. Clark, since you stayed, any comments? Thank you all for the work on this. Hearing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
New business A.
Yep. Can I get a motion,
Make
please?
a motion to discuss.
Second.
Literally.
Literally you.
Superintendent medical leave / acting superintendent.
Okay.
Probably don't need a memo.
Nope, you have my memo. Unfortunately, I have to go out for back surgery. My surgery is June 17th, so I will be working up through that to the 16th. My recommendation that while I am out on medical leave, that Mr. Meznati is my designee for the month of June while school is in session and while our principals are still here. And then for the month of, well,
I just, because we haven't noticed people, so we can't say the name probably.
I mean, it's you can say an executive, you can say it here. But if that's a problem, then you just say you've identified somebody.
Yeah, I think that, and then we'll have it on the next
Yeah,
agenda.
so we have identified a retired superintendent to be available and on call during the month of July for anything that might be needed by the school department until I return.
Okay. Questions? Best of luck, first of all.
Good luck, please come back.
We expect an update at the next school committee. He's going to be on the next school committee.
He will not be here.
I know, that's what I meant.
I'll be in the hospital.
Okay. Any questions regarding that? There's no action at this time, but we will have it on the next agenda for the acting piece.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to the next item.
I will make a motion to discuss new business B, DEI Advisory Committee recommendation request.
Second.
Okay. So, when we talk about being ADA compliant or something being handicap accessible, the primary focus is on meeting legal requirements to ensure equal access for people with disabilities. But just because something is accessible doesn't mean it's user-friendly. You know, this can include things like braille signage, accessible lighting, noise reduction measures, or even just providing sensory-friendly spaces. It's about an environment where the focus is on creating a more inclusive and enjoyable experience for people with disabilities and not just about meeting legal obligations. In the DEI Advisory Committee, we talked about getting a baseline, not just on where we stand in terms of physical accessibility and inclusiveness, but also what you see when you look around in the buildings or at the materials that come out of the district in terms of pamphlets, web pages, things like that. You know, do you see a broad representation of children and abilities, or is it just one type of students? So at our last meeting, the DEI Advisory Committee, by a vote of 9-0, requests that the school committee direct the administration to implement a district-wide facility audit to assess building conditions, safety, accessibility, and cultural inclusivity across all school sites. The audit should include evaluations of infrastructure, ADA compliance, visual representation, and the inclusivity learning environments. The committee recommends involving school-based educators in the process, as well as including individuals with lived experience to ensure diverse perspectives are represented. You know, we understand that there are a lot of competing interests and priorities right now, but we think this is important to conduct alongside the current CIP work and the new middle school design. Members of the committee have expressed willingness to assist as needed. So that's our recommendation, and we'd like the school committee to consider it. I know, Ken, you have expressed, support but concerns about, incorporating this in. But I think this is something that can be. It's not time sensitive, but I think the sooner we get an idea of where we are, the better idea we'll have of where we need to improve, and that's important. I think as we look to improve our facilities overall.
And I'll just, if I can just reference my concerns, I'm in support of making sure that our schools are all ADA compliant and, recommendations with this. My concerns, I just want to share this with the rest of the committee and publicly, is just at this time I'm concerned that we don't have the internal capacity to do all of this work right now with all of the other priorities and work that we do have going on right now in the district. I'm not saying this is not important. I just want to make sure that when we do this, we do an excellent job at what we need to do. Another concern I have is in wondering is the DEI committee consider the financial impact for the district, as we don't have this budgeted, but it needs to be a consideration of that financial impact and where the funds will come from once items are identified of what improvements need to be made in the schools, and then also evaluation of infrastructure. I know earlier was mentioned that a checklist be used, but also do we have the qualified staff here internally to look at the infrastructure of the buildings? I know we recently had, or over the years, work done, not work but assessments from Jacobs and other architectural firms. And that's how we put together our capital improvement plan, as well as what we're putting forward for the stage 2 for the work we're doing there. But just making sure that, as we look at this, what is the timeline? We really need to consider, what does this look like as far as the timeline that's being done, who's going to be doing this work, how it is aligned to current work we are doing in the district around the work we're doing with our stage 2 and capital improvements, and the cost impact as well.
I just want to clarify, this is not about ADA compliance. This is about accessibility and inclusiveness.
It does say ADA compliance though in the recommendation.
It does, but I mean, presumably we are for the most part. This is more about. This is not about is the roof going to crack? Is the foundation crumbling? This is more is there signage for parking spots, not just on the ground but visible also? Are there visible highlighted color-coded strips that identify where a ramp is? So
curbs or stairs,
right? Those types of things. But we're not talking about big capital investments. More I don't want to use the word cosmetic, but we're not talking about major investment type things. It's more are there signs in Braille? Are there signs identifying where the accessible restrooms are? Those types of things. And when you look around the pictures, what do you see? Those types of things.
Okay.
So.
I know that earlier, Mrs. Lepresti mentioned, what you say, I agree with her saying, automatic doors.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have that in our schools.
For sure.
And again, things
yep.
that you're going to point out that we may need that will have that financial impact.
Yep.
And also thinking of what other specialists would we want to bring into this. Just thinking, when you mentioned about the yellow paint color,
mm-hmm.
like we putting on curbs or strips.
Yeah.
There are mobility specialists
yep.
that we typically use through
mm-hmm.
our special education department with some of our students that
yep.
come in and make those recommendations that are specific to students. So I think we need to consider who has the qualifications and those specialties to come in and help and provide that information to the district.
What is our timeline for the for the CIP? You know how we re-up the CIP? I feel like it's annually.
Well, annually we have to address the CIP for every 5 years.
Yeah. Do you know what the timeline is on that?
Well, typically
is it November?
We
December,
do that for
October,
November because we have to start working with the asset management committee as well.
Yep. I was just thinking because it's connected to facilities and connected to things that we are trying to do as far as our capital improvements, there could be some opportunity kind of within that to think about some of those things.
I also think this is a very timely request, and I really appreciate the thought put into this. I think it's a really good idea, and I think that it could be done in conjunction with what's going on now with the new CIP projects. And as Jen was saying, not necessarily even for a lot of money, just the idea, the concepts to be presented to our new vendors and asking them even for feedback on, when we start to create, build the new middle school, and also work on the existing CIP projects or existing facilities, the CIP projects and the existing facilities, how we can do upgrades that would be more inclusive and more helpful. So I think running this by our new vendors after they get hopefully approved would be a really good idea, bringing that into the conversation.
Other comments? Okay. Moving on to the next item, CTE and STEM fund.
So, does the school committee have to vote on this?
I don't know, it was a motion to discuss, so if
Right,
you
because
want.
I didn't want to like lead with a motion to vote, I wanted to discuss about it first,
Yes.
like.
We're still in it, you can.
Yeah, so, I mean, the advisory committee is requesting that the school committee direct the administration to implement it. I don't think we need to establish a timeline now. We had talked in the DEI committee about, if we got approval, talking about like the types of things, short-term plan, long-term plan, because there are some things that can be done, just signs, right? Simple things like signs, those are things that, can be identified versus like capital improvements. So we could certainly, like, if approved, the advisory committee could sketch out a list of, short-term goals, long-term goals for this and things to identify. If that was something that would be helpful. And then you could come back with a timeline.
Yeah, I mean, I expressed my concerns. I'm not
Yep.
not against this. I just
Yep.
express my concerns right now with everything else that we are doing. I think it would be best to try to align with the current, work that we are doing in the schools. I think it's best to really kind of have us think through, like, okay, what is this? What will it entail? Maybe we start off at a low level, right? Looking at what the needs are. But I think we need to consider, who do we need to be members? I know it was talking about educators, right? People, staff, like people that are involved in the schools are part of that. But I think it goes beyond that of making sure that we have people with the right qualifications and specialties to be part of the evaluation in this process.
So I'm going to make a motion that the school committee direct the administration to implement this, but with direction from the advisory committee on a rollout, and then the administration come back with a timeline. Does that make sense?
Can I make one comment too? Have you looked
Hold
into
on.
seeing if there's like a?
Hold on, Jen made a motion, do we have a second? Okay, we don't have a second, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I was just saying, I wonder if there's like a third party that has the committee looked into, like for the health, wellness, I were looking into vaping, but they had like a third party come in that could actually provide stuff and help do it. So I wonder if finding like someone who's an expert on that to help come into the district along with the subcommittee.
That would be the school committee though, so the subcommittee, the advisory committees only advise, they don't do the work, they don't, so.
No, I meant find a third party that maybe we could say, hey, yeah, we want you to help us do this. Because I think that's Dr. Duva's concern is like we don't have the time or capacity to have people go out and actually do the research. Like maybe we could find a company or a nonprofit that would help us.
Yeah, we would have to go through like the RFP.
I think we just kind of think of a timeline. What's the timeline?
Yeah.
We need to consider the timeline.
Is it possible to, I support, like I voted yes on this recommendation at the DEI advisory committee, but I also hear Ken's concerns with all of the different things, and so that's why I didn't second the motion as presented. Is there a possibility maybe that it seems like to me a combination of Sally's position and Chris's position, like that's where this overlap might be as far as like that, is there a possibility that like in the next 6 months they could sketch out like even what that would like what their approach would be? Like I know that sounds silly, but like I feel like I don't want to completely say we can't do it, but also I want to be very realistic and understanding of your staff's time.
I'm just wondering if the recommendation could be for us to first look at a timeline before
Yeah, that's
saying
what-
implementing this, right? I think that's a big task to ask of us right now. But to maybe think about what the recommendation is from the committee, because we don't want to say, no, we're not doing it, right? So I think it's valid what the concerns are that were brought forward after hearing from public comment tonight as well. But the task, more or less the task would be
Well, and
for us
also
to-
looking at those amazing students that came too, right?
Yeah,
Like making
exactly.
sure that
That's what I'm
we're
saying.
well
Like it's,
prepared.
yeah, right. It's all. But I
Yep.
think it should be for us to first look at a timeline. What would the timeline be for this, and then discuss the implementation of it.
I hear that. I just want to make sure you're looking at a timeline for what we've asked for. I feel like you think the project is bigger than what the committee is actually asking for.
I do, and maybe if there's just more of a clearer direction would be helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you for understanding.
Do you have a, Jen, when's the next DEI?
On the 18th?
Is it, okay, so it could, no, okay. That's useless to me timeline wise, because it's after the next school committee meeting, right? Okay, so.
I mean, I can go back to the committee and say, school committee didn't approve anything, administration isn't able to take it on right now, and, you know.
Do you have another
we can still.
recommendation?
And then if the committee still wants to work on this as a goal, I can recommend that they break it down into a specific, discrete, like.
I mean, it's not, and I think looking at this and timeline-wise, I don't think a lot of this work would even happen over the summer. We don't have all our staff and our educators around over the summer to even, to be able to start and do this work. So I don't see this, even if we were to start something, to be until September.
Oh, I don't think anybody's looking for anything.
So I'm just thinking even as far as the recommendation, because I know there's only one more school committee,
Yeah.
but to kind of rethink this and then bring it back at the August school committee meeting, that would be our next school committee meeting. And that way too, we could think of timeline, because it's time to really look at that.
Just for the record, I gave you 6 months in my recommendation. You're cutting it.
Yeah, like I
Yeah.
was not thinking.
Yeah, no, I don't think I'm cutting. I think what I'm just saying is to have that timeline put together, to really think like, what is this? More to really clarify what is it that they're looking at? Because I'm thinking is looking at it as the bigger project. You're saying no, so just to have that clarified from the committee.
I think too, thinking about, this is something that I don't personally love, but have tried to give myself as a mantra, like progress over perfection. Like to do 100%, like look at this is like trying to get to perfection is, I don't think we want to limit any progress, right? And so even if we took a small chunk of it, based on what the administration thinks would be like the first chunk, like that would be progress, right? Instead of saying it's like this huge thing and like we have to do the whole thing at once. Like I think even if we made like a little progress in the next school year, that would be important because it would have direct impact on students. So I don't know how to get there, like because I 100% hear what you're saying, but I also think it's very important.
I'll bring it back to the committee and break it down.
Sure.
Would that be helpful?
I think that would be
Will
very
that work?
helpful. Yeah, I think that would be.
I also think what would be helpful is when we do end up updating our CIP timelines and the upcoming projects so that you can all see what's actually going to be done and then maybe start to, give your suggestions for, oh, well, you're working on this. This is how we can, make it a more inclusive project. That might be helpful to actually see.
Well, and also identifying items that were not part of the bond that need to be done that can be presented to the town because there is capital money that the town could provide the district in areas like this. And there's also, I would imagine, grants and different things to fund things like this. So I think it's that and like we are allowed and should be identifying things that did not get put in on the CIP because there was lists of things that were on there and there could be things in this area that aren't on there. So I think that's a good suggestion, Megan.
I also wonder if, you could do this, the DEI Advisory Committee, in conjunction, obviously separately, but in conjunction with either health and wellness or CELAC or both, because I feel like that feedback from those committees would also be very useful.
Yeah, I mean, part of the recommendation was to include individuals with lived experience, and the conversation around that was to include parents from CELAC because they know best what issues they run into with our buildings, and I think it was, we all saw in that video, the student in the wheelchair couldn't get through the cafeteria. So I think things like that are important, and it's the parents and guardians in the district with children who know that better than any. Like, I wouldn't be able to tell you that, right?
Right.
So like, I think it's important to include those.
Yeah, and I think this is very important. I don't want anyone to misunderstand that. I just think clarity from the committee of exactly what that is.
I don't think it's. I think it's prioritization too. Like, when I read this, like, it's kind of clear, like, on what they're looking for, like an evaluation of infrastructure, right? Like ADA compliance, visual representation, and inclusivity of learning environments. Like, those are kind of concrete, but they could be broken. Like, we could prioritize and we can break them down a little bit. So, okay. So we have a path forward.
Yep.
All right. So we will get that to. After that meeting, if they make an official recommendation, I would recommend emailing it to both Dr. Duba's email box, which you will not be checking, and Mr. Mezzanotti's email box, just for that timeline wise. All right, thank you both and all. Moving on to the next item.
I will make a motion to discuss.
Second. Oh, sorry. Okay, Stephanie, you can pick the tie break on that one. Okay, any questions regarding the application for CT and STEM funds?
I had two questions. Was this actually already submitted?
So it's not submitted. We have permission from RIDE to wait. They're waiting, that we were going to get this to school committee just based on the time that they had and with us completing it. I clarified that with Ms. Finkelstein as well, and we do have it in writing that they said once it's approved here to get all the signatures and send it to them.
Okay.
And they'll bring it forward.
And then a question which I don't expect an answer to this evening, but I'm trying to figure out how what they're asking for in this grant aligns to the last update we got on the machinist program in terms of the funding that they're trying to secure.
So the additional equipment was not within the funding that we received from EB, right? So we had funding from EB for some equipment. This will increase the equipment to be put in the building.
Right. I'm trying to specifically tie it back to the presentation that Shavali gave us.
Sure.
So I would just like to know, like, of that presentation that she gave us in June of 2024, like, what. She broke it down into like year 1, 24, 25, year 2, 25, 26, year 3, 26, 27, like the equipment that needed to be purchased for each year. I'm just trying to figure out like
what year that's
this grant is going to be used for. Those are my own questions.
Well, it says in here the project will be substantially completed by June 30th, 2026.
Yes, but they said the bulk of it would be by the 25th. So by September 2025. So like I don't need an answer tonight. I'm just curious which. So I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Moving on to the next item.
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Dr. Duba.
Yeah. So your recommendation from the Redistricting School Start Times and Transportation Advisory Committee. I am putting forward a RFP for us to review. We can make any changes to it for us to put out to get professional consultation to be provided to us with this group to do the work that we've started doing, but to have someone come in that is from the outside, third set of eyes to assist us in this process. So I outlined in here the work that would be done for the redistricting, as well as work for the looking at the school start times and transportation efficiencies. There's no cost on this because we were putting it out, asking for a cost, then coming back and reviewing it to see if it is something that we can, put in, using, our budget, and then, obviously there's not to come out of the fund balance to be able to support for next year.
So, thank you for the thorough RFP. My only question / concern is, so we just approved our policy as it relates to redistricting, and that lists some specific things that we are supposed to do and consider when we are going through this process, and it does not reference those in the RFP. So I would like to either have those things spelled out or reference the policy.
We can we'll make reference
Yes,
to
just so that the
policy and
expectations
how
are
that's in
clear
there.
on the types of things that we are going to expect. And then my other question was, assuming that we proceed with hiring a consultant, what is the role of the advisory committee after that consultant is retained?
So the consultant would be working with the advisory committee.
So-
more as kind of as a facilitator with that group.
Okay, and then the consultant is supposed to come up with multiple scenarios, right? And they bring those scenarios
They would
to
bring
who?
that to the advisory committee.
And then
to
the
review.
advisory committee
Make a-
picks one?
Yep, they would make
Okay.
a recommendation that brings you to the school committee.
Okay.
And I think that's in the policy. I think in our
Well,
policy.
in
we
the
state
policy,
more
it's
than
the advisory committee who is doing all those things. So I wasn't sure that if the consultant then took the place of the advisory
one. No,
committee?
I would use
It's
the
the same as,
consultant
like-
as a facilitator within
Okay.
our group.
A good parallel is like when the building advisory committee had the facility master plan, like that went to the advisory committee. Like that was an external
Yep.
consultant
Okay.
that then presented that information to that advisory committee that then came up.
Yeah.
So I would imagine
Yeah,
it would
that's
work
fine. I just
similarly.
wanted to get that clarified, so.
Because we still want community input, like
Oh,
we don't want,
100%, yeah.
So the one question that I had on this one is that under the boundary setting development, like it was very like quantified that we were looking for at least 3 boundary scenarios. But then for the other ones, like it didn't look like the expectation was to present different options. Like it is like is our expectation that we're looking for like some scenario or some option to be produced for school transportation and the same for school start times? And if I missed it, apologies. But
So, under school transportation analysis, I'm identifying opportunities for optimization, including reduction of route duplication, cost savings, improved student experience. So they would be identifying where we could make our transportation department more efficient based on routes. Obviously, if we reduce buses or reduce routes, that would be cost savings there.
okay, that's valid.
I mean, we can add to that too. I mean, if we want to specify that more, we can.
No, I think that's fine.
I just
And
have a
then-
question on the timing too. Like, do we need to have a special meeting in the summer then? Because it says, you want them to start by July 18th. And the proposal's not coming back till the 30th. Because we wouldn't have to
for
come
the
back.
school committee,
Or we can adjust this
the
and have them start in the, again, this is a draft, so we can change those dates. We can have it that way, we receive it, and then the consult selection, it could be in the August meeting instead.
Okay. Or I was thinking, should we put a meeting on and then always cancel it? If we don't need it, just thinking, is it harder to do it last minute?
What was the other thing we said earlier tonight we might need one for? Did I mention?
Something with the
No,
RFP.
you didn't. Yep, you did.
Was it the RFP?
Yeah.
So I can put that on for the next meeting.
There was the
like for that
the AI contract. If we don't have the AI contract,
The
by
AI
the
contract,
17th,
yeah.
we may have
Well, I
to-
was just thinking, is it better than trying to
Jam one in. Yeah.
jam one in or sending all those emails over the summer?
And we can adapt this. I mean, I wrote this before I had my surgery date too, and knowing for sure.
I do think though that the timeline, the sooner the better, just because
Yeah, me
if
too.
the recommendations end up affecting decisions for the 26 school year. Like, we want to give families and folks as much time as possible, and it goes so fast. So, like, I would not delay this. And as I don't love meeting the summer, but like usually one or two things do come up when we do a quick meeting, like just to approve some things for the administration in July usually. So I just think I would leave the timeline as is, if possible.
And even
I was more.
It's such a valid. No. It's such a valid point. I'll put. Cherry, I don't know if you heard me. Sorry. I'll put that on for the next agenda if we want to look at that point that you brought up about presetting it. So I'll put it on for the next one.
Yeah, and this is tight. Just thinking, like, even if we said, okay, let's get this out by Friday. Well, today's Tuesday. Let's say we put this out on Thursday. We got to give 2 weeks. We still wouldn't get it back.
No, you can't. It has to. I would just keep it. I think your
And that's
timeline's
why I
fine,
left it at
and we'll
13th,
figure it
just
out on
giving
the
us
other
time
end.
to post it.
Yeah.
Any other suggestions? Things that you would like included in the RFP, etc.
And also, I'll make it clear too, we're not looking for a new demographic study and make sure that they're using, because I know that question, we're not looking for them to do a new study, like we have it. And that's why I had in there using the current, where I have it, under scope of service, it says analyze current and projected student enrollment. We're not asking them to do a whole demographic study.
Did I miss, for lack of a better word, the end date? Like what our expectation of timeline is from the company? Like I saw the start date, but like.
No, I know, because it says by September 30th to kick off.
Yeah, the kickoff is by September 30th.
Like, we would like all this work done by.
Yeah, no, that's not.
Yeah, because even like we have final recommendations and reporting, I did not put a date in there, but we will put
Could
that
we
in
include,
there.
could we include in here for them to give us an outline of the timeline, like as part of the RFP process?
Yeah, there's a potential.
Because I'd be curious, like I don't want to just pick an arbitrary date, but like if that could be part of our factor of like a company that could do it faster than another could get more points on the rubric or something.
Yeah, like proposed methodology and work plan, including timeline.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Any other comments, thoughts? Okay, so.
Make a motion to approve with the amended changes.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Oh, thank you. Moving on to F.
I'll make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay, so this is the Pride Month recognition. This is an annual resolution that was approved in 2022. We were asked by someone earlier this week whether this resolution needs to be brought up every year. It's an annual resolution, so the short answer to that is yes. The long answer is that as long as LGBTQ plus youth are experiencing higher rates of identity-based bullying, suicide attempts, and other mental health issues, the answer is yes. The longer answer is that as long as LGBTQ plus identities and rights are under attack and being erased in the form of anti-trans legislation, bathroom bans, restrictions on athletic participation, book bans, and more, the answer is also yes. And until the LGBTQ community, and especially our students, are not at disproportionately higher levels of risk of harm, the answer will remain yes. I won't read the whole resolution out loud, but it's attached to the agenda, and I encourage everyone to read it. What I am going to read is an excerpt from a speech that the president of the North Kingstown High School Sexuality and Gender Alliance made at the 3rd Annual North Kingstown Pride Parade this past weekend. She said, "You would be surprised how much love is still left in this world. To anyone at home watching or listening, anyone in the crowd who's considering taking a step forward in their identity, or even to people deep in their transition, carpe diem. Refuse to settle for people who won't accept you, and join communities that will find small ways to embrace your gender identity daily, through makeup, clothes, or even socks. Refuse to be beaten down by the hate and evil of this world. I've seen too many girls give up because of it. I've seen too many beautiful people take their own lives. They're afraid of you because they know we hold the keys to the future, a future where the world is ours and we seize the day. I've learned that through all of this, the best act of resistance is to enjoy yourself and the life you live. But you can't do it alone. Nobody can, and I couldn't. Communities like Saga are here for you, and the door is open. GSAs like ours at North Kingstown have helped create a more inclusive space and develop school policy in a more enlightened way. But arguably, most importantly, so many trans people have been able to come out and express themselves in their school communities. I've seen it change the lives of people, and that's why GSAs are so important and why we need leaders who will act and create these communities to help others. If I can inspire one person to create that change here today, then my goal is complete. I love running the Sexuality in General Alliance. I love marching in the parade today. I love speaking here today, and I love standing up for my trans brothers, sisters, and siblings. All trans people are beautiful, both in body and spirit, and you deserve the gifts of life and love. It will get better, but only if we act. And when we do, there's nothing that will stop us. Carpe diem, and thank you. So our students are leading the way, and it's up to us to support them. So with that, I happily make a motion to approve this resolution for another year.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion?
I just want to say I'm abstaining because I really think that we need to not just recognize one group of students, but all the students. And I feel like it's not being equitable. And we talk a lot about being equitable, so I feel like we're either going to honor all the awareness months or we, don't do that.
Yeah.
So I'm just abstaining.
I hear you, Sherry, and I do think the point of the citizen talking about mental health and I can't remember the other one was a valid point. At any point, any school committee member is welcome to put forward a resolution, and if it's approved, we welcome that.
Yep, I know. I'm just giving my reason for abstaining.
Yep, no, that's fine. And then I do think, Andrew, just to clarify, we can vote on this, but because of the way that it's written, in theory, it is just annually until undone, if that's correct. I'm happy, we have a motion to approve, but I think in theory it is in perpetuity unless undone. Is that correct? That last line. Second to last line.
Yeah. Yep.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, to Sherry's point and to several people's points who've written in, I just think once we start to get into one recognition, one resolution, there are endless amounts of people and causes, and I think that as a school committee we represent all, and I think that once you start to get into each month, you could have a resolution for each month, and there aren't enough months in the year. So I just don't think that we should be in the business of resolutions. We can support in other ways.
Okay. I'm going to be supporting the resolution again this year. I think it is extremely important for students to know that they're supported in our district, and to the students' points there. Students who are LGBTQIA, we know that there's data saying that they are more susceptible for dying by suicide, bullying, etc. And so I do support this resolution because I feel like they do need additional support in our district due to the additional harm that they face. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No one opposed. One abstained. Okay. Resolution stands. Correspondence, please.
521 Kent Dresser, demand for safe and equitable transportation for Monsignor Clark students in the Glen / Slocum Woods. 522 Dr. Lauren Brothers, grading policy comments. 522 from a student regarding their democracy project, fixing the sinks at North Kingstown High School. 522 from a student regarding their democracy project, change to excused absence policy. 523 from Lindsay L, start and end times. 528 Angela Sheehan, ACA 1, transgender and non-binary individuals. 529 Lori Lojadice, grading policy 6 through 12. 529 Michael Tworod, North Kingstown policy review. 531 Holly Quinn, all recognitions, resolutions or none. 6-1 Lisa Garcia, grading policy. 6-2 Lee Wilson, North Kingstown School Department provision of health services to non-public schools. 6-2 Beth Hill Ross, 6-3 school committee meeting. 6-2 Pam Panero, grading policy, no changes seen. 6-3 Jordan Alvarez, concerns regarding proposed North Kingstown grading policy. 6-3 Lizzie Schreiner, resources for Hamilton and redistricting. 6-3 Teresa Hirsch, public concern for RFP in redistricting schools.
Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn, please?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.